Hawah. Shalom, peace to everyone. we got a good crowd now. So yeah, I just want to say, much love and respect to everybody out there, all the tribes, everyone following me, supporting me all the time. All right, right. Let me just lower the volume. All right. Yeah, thanks for being here. So this video, it's a topic that we all kind of interested in. A lot of people always talking about it. I see a lot of images on the internet, but really not a lot of info. There's some theories and all that, and I see a lot of mix-up with images from cave paintings and in India and Africa and stuff. So just want to make sure that we have the information correct and at least show what is really out there when it comes to research done regarding the naming of the state of California. This reference of this Queen Calafia, this Amazonian queen. All right, and so let's see what has been researched by different people. We're gonna put all the information together, and then hopefully by the end of this video, you make your own conclusion, right? Using our logic and common sense, our foundational truth that we've been learning, right? So because we've learned a lot of things, so we know how to dodge the hijack when we're reading things, right? And try to decipher the information. All right, so I'd like to just show you what I've been able to find in these books and these scholarly, university books considered primary sources, right? So it's an interesting story here. If you haven't heard about it, you might like this, especially if you like investigative journalism. All right, so we're not here to just try to prove everything. We're just also just trying to build and see what makes sense. All right, so I hope you guys like this video. So yeah, well, before I started, I actually wanted to talk about certain things first, because this we're gonna hear a lot of references of like islands and romanticizing Roman and all this stuff, and Turks and all that. So just bear with me. So this is just one example of because we're gonna see that California is referenced a lot as an island, and on a lot of these old maps, California is found drawn as an island. All right, so this map right here is from Johannes Vingsboom, 1650. All right, and it's the island of California. All right. This other map, it's the Codfish Map of North America by Herman Moll, 1720. All right, and we can see again California is an island. And what I want you to pay close attention to is, because I'm going to mention this in the video, is look what we see in between California and Mexico and the rest of the United States. We see the Gulf of California, of course, right? But also where we see the Red Sea, right? The Red Sea. We're going to see this in numerous old maps in many different languages. And this map, they straight up put it in English so you can see, so it can be clear to you. Now, if you know the Colorado empties into the Red Sea, right, or the Gulf of California, and Colorado is, in Spanish is just like saying colored, right? Colored, a colored river. And so, was this separated at one point? Why do we have the Salt Lake and all these references of Great Lakes that are around this area, oceans underwater in Utah and all that, and we have the salt flats and all that? So was this at one point maybe underwater? How old is this really? All right, could this have been recent? All right, who knows? But something we got to dig on. Just wanted to show you, all right, that these things exist. Let me just show you some more maps. And this one is the Sampson, New Mexico and Florida map. Again, California is an island. And then you got, again, a different language, Mar Vermelho. All right, Mar Vermelho, that's Portuguese for red, red, Red Sea. Mar is sea, Red Sea. All right, and California is an island again. All right. So I got numerous maps like this. So I just want to, I'm just trying to show you some examples here because I got numerous. And so this is another one, old map, California Isle. You see, Isle or island. So into that, California Island, and again, the Mar Vermelho or the Red Sea, the Red Sea. Now, if you caught some of my Hebrew Aboriginal videos, if you remember the Annals of the Kachikels, the Annals of the Kachikels, right? Written by the Kachikels themselves, translated by Daniel Brinton, right? Very primary source scholar, knows a lot. He was down there doing a lot of research on that, with the indigenous people down there. Many books he published and wrote, and they are considered primary sources. And he translated to us what the Kachikel told us, that they followed their leader and that they had this staff, this red stick, and that's where they get their name. The Kachikels, the red stick, and the staff they got from Tulan, Aslan, and we've been able to almost correlate that was up in there in Utah. All right, Aslan, we see old maps that also say that the Aztecs came from there, or that says that they departed from there in Utah. All right, so it'll say like ancient home of the Aztecs or the Mexica. All right, and so again, this story of the Kachikels, they have a staff which they put in the sand and they parted the sea. All right, this is from their own writings. All right, I'm not talking about reading the Bible here. I'm talking about the Annals of the Kachikels. All right, and they had a staff and they parted the Red Sea. So if we're seeing Mar Vermelho or Red Sea right here, all right, you can correlate. It was here. All right, this is the true old world. All right, just wanted to go ahead and reference that because we're gonna hear about the island of California a lot. So just have that in mind. All right, just bear with me. All right, so just want to continue with a little bit more perspective here, right? Try to dig into things that we don't really research. We don't try to put together. We just go off of what we hear, and we don't try to like relate when we're reading things. For example, when we're reading about Romans, right? Romans, what is a Roman? All right, so according to the history of the Hebrew Commonwealth from the earliest times to the destruction of Jerusalem, AD 72, translated from the German of John Jan D.D., formerly professor of the Oriental languages, of biblical antiquities, and of theology in the University of Vienna, with a continuation to the time of Adrian. All right, this is volume 2, and this is from 1829. So, very good book actually, how they break down things about the Bible and stuff. And found here something very interesting because something we've been digging on. Most of us pretty much know already. All right, but it says here that Abravanel observes that we may call the subject of the Roman Empire and Christians in general Edomites. Just bear with me. Sorry about that. Don't want to get. Yeah, hold on. All right. So Again, Abravanel observes that we may call the subjects of the Roman Empire and Christians in general Edomites. So the subjects of the Roman Empire and Christians in general Edomites, all right? Edomites. So who's Edom? Edom is the son of Esau, right? The brother of Jacob, right? Edom, Esau, son, and his lineage, Edomites. With the same propriety as Isaiah addresses the sinners of his time, as the rulers of Sodom and the people of Gomorrah. His parallel between the Romans and Edomians is carried much too far. They had, he said, like Esau and Jacob, a common father, even God. Esau, by his marriage, allied the family of the patriarchs to strangers, and the Roman Empire and the Catholic Church are composed of various nations who are equally offensive to God. Esau hated Jacob and wished to take from him his birthright, his property, and his life. And the Christians treat these Israelites in the same manner. Again, Esau hated Jacob and wished to take from him his birthright. What's your birthright? I'm talking to all of you. Where's your land at? Where's your land? Do you got your birthright? His property, your property, and your life. And just like Esau, the Christians treat the Israelites in the same manner. All right, just want to go to the next page real quick. It says, the Edomians were a loyal people who under the reign of Agrippa marched to succor of Jerusalem. But Constantine, having embraced the religion of certain persons who had faith in a man whom they had defied, wished to introduce it at Rome. A few Edomians only complied with the wishes of the emperor and became Christians. Hence it was that the Roman Empire was called Edom. The Roman Empire was called Edom. Edom. In the same manner as the Egyptians and Arabians are called Ishmaelites, although there are but few of the descendants of Ishmael among them. All right. So I just wanted to stop there with that book because, so where was Edom? There's a point of why I'm trying to say this. So Idumea, right? Edom, Idumea are two related but distinct terms which are both related to a historically contiguous population. So same people, but separate and adjacent territories were occupied by the Edomites, Edomians in different periods of their history. All right, so Edom was near the Holy Land, right? Near Israel, it says between Moab to the northeast, the Arabah to the west, and Arabian Desert to the south. All right, most of its former territory is now divided between Israel and Jordan. All right, so we're dodging the hijack because we know it's not on that side over there. But just to have reference, right? So we're talking about that Edom or a Roman, an Edomite or a Roman, right, is from the promised land. All right, so people of the promise or promised land, Edomians. Yeah, they're Hebrew too. All right, but not everybody is an Israelite or the sons of Jacob. So I just wanted to put that distinction because when we read about Queen Calafia, we're talking about, they try to tell she's Roman, and then they're trying to say that she's her story comes out of a romanticized story. Roman, Edomite. All right. So let me just stop it there. And so let's just get started with the Queen Calafia information. I hope you guys like it. So I hope it doesn't get too boring, but I'm just trying to show all the information that's out there, scholarly wise, so you can have it and put it together how you want. All right, so now we're going to read from this article, which is from the Historical Society of Southern California, as you can see here. The source of this, it's called New Light on the Name of California, all right, by Herbert D. Austin. The source of this is the annual publication of the Historical Society of Southern California, Volume 12, Number 3, from 1923, pages 29 to 31. All right, so again, New Light on the Name of California by Herbert Austin. And it says, there have been many attempts to account for the origin of the melodious, yet stately name of California. Some of the more enthusiastic admirers of the Great Brown Land, the Great Brown Land, have been fain to associate its first syllables with the Greek kalos, beautiful. All right, so we're going to get a reference of that. Kalos, beautiful. Why was it beautiful? Etymologists of grimmer mood have suspected them of being from the same root as the Spanish caliente, or hot, and the fornia, of bearing an unflatteringly close relationship to furnace. Many modest but not altogether unromantic guessers have looked to the familiar Arabic word caliph as likely clue. The complete list of would-be explanations is fairly long, and throughout this video we're going to see that it is, and that's why we're trying to make sense of all this, right? Now it says here, goodly part of them became out of date in 1917, when the University of California Press published by Ruth Putnam's California the Name. All right, we have this book. We're going to get into that as well, in which Everett Hale's sermons of 60 years ago that it was from an old Spanish romance received satisfying scholarly confirmation. All right, so that's what we're going to get into. One of the main origin sources for the name of California is said to be like he said here, a Spanish romance. All right, we're going to get into all this, what that means, a romance, and what Spanish book that was. They continue here telling you that, again, it's a romance. The exploits of Esplandian, as it was called, the exploits of Esplandian, Las Sergas de Esplandian in Spanish, in the original. All right, this was written in about 1510. All right, now continues as related in Spanish, the adventures of Esplandian, son of the ultra-famous Amadis of Gaul, and was added by Montalvo, a fifth book, to his translation of the Amadis from the Portuguese. All right, so this Spanish romance, the Esplandian, right, was actually a translation that was originally in Portuguese called the Amadis of Gaul, which was a lot older than this book. It was already in print before 1520. All right, so this book, Las Sergas, again, was actually done in 1510. All right, so it's telling you here it was already in print before 1520 and evidently became at once immensely popular. All right, so this book supposedly was very popular because these romances, this story, as we're going to see, was not so new. And what it represented and symbolized, all right, in those times, especially medieval times, was a very important historic fact, actually, that was going on with these so-called Christian, Turkish, and, all these kingdoms at that time. All right. Now, one thing I want to point out, now, remember, 1520, when did Cortes invade Mexico? All right, so we're in the Encyclopedia Britannica website, and this is regarding Hernan Cortes, the Spanish conquistador, as it says here. All right, now it says that he overthrew the Aztec Empire 1519 to 1521 and won Mexico down Spain. All right, so they're telling us that this book, again, remember, the Esplandian, Las Sergas de Esplandian, or the exploits of Esplandian, by 1520, it was already popular. It was written before that. So what is the chances that Cortes would have this story or book? All right, because we're going to see what they say. All right, and we're going to see throughout this video that Hernando Cortes actually writes about California and what was over there, and he didn't mention anything about getting the story from the Esplandian, the exploits of Esplandian. He actually says he got the story from local Indians. We got his letters. All right, so we're going to get into that as well. So again, I just want you to have this kind of like reference so you can understand how likely is it that they would be the ones naming California because of that story. All right, if it was written in 1510, he already had Mexico by 1519. I mean, that's only like about 8-9 years. I mean, books weren't just printed like they are now, and information didn't just travel like it is now, like on the internet instantly. It didn't happen like that back then. So we have to assume he might have heard the story or might have got the book before he went to the Americas, right? Since it was printed in 1510. But again, this story was way older than 1510, all right? So that's not the origin, and we're going to get into that, all right? Rico, now it's going to get into what the story says, all right? We're going to go over this throughout this video. Now it says, in it figures a wild and wonderful island called California, all right? We're talking about the exploits of Esplandian from 1510, all right? An island, a wonderful island called California. Remember what I showed you in the beginning, all right? A lot of these maps showing California as an island. At the right hand of the Indies. The right hand of the Indies? Like the farthest, always a far distant land, right? These mythical places are always in an unknown region on the other side of the Indies, India, West Indies, all right? Very close to that part of the Terrestrial Paradise. What? California? Very close to the Terrestrial Paradise? What have we been learning? What is all the correlation we've come up with? We've shown that this is the true old world, and this is a possible location of the Garden of Eden, of the first place, all right? Terrestrial Paradise, or at least one of the terrestrial or Edens, all right? So this book, somehow, you know, why he's saying this in this story in 1510, which correlates with so much that we've been learning recently, right? How did he know? I mean, you know, let's go into this. Which was inhabited by black women. What? So we got an island named California at the right hand of the Indies, all right? Very close to that of that Terrestrial Paradise, which was inhabited by black women without so much as a man among them. And they lived in the manner of the Amazons, meaning like warrior women, Amazons. They were robust of body, with strong, passionate hearts and great virtue. The island itself is one of the wildest in the world on account of the bold and craggy rocks. The warlike and beautiful Queen Calafia was leagued with the pagan princes against the leaders of Christendom, from the great Amadis and Esplandian down. And it says here, in the old French epic, the Song of Roland. All right, here we go again, the Song of Roland, at least 400 years earlier. Again, to letting you know it's older, 400 years earlier than the Esplandian. Mention is made of a pagan city or country, Califerne. A pagan city? Didn't they call your ancestors pagans too? Which, along with northern barbarian tribes, so this country is California is different than the northern barbarian tribes because it's separating it, right? And with other Sicily, separating it with these Mediterranean people, and Africa, and separating it from the Africans, is regarded as a great potential danger to the host of Christendom. And so it's saying that all these kingdoms are a threat. This is, California's on their list. That's one of those kingdoms that's a threat to the Christendom, whatever that means, Christendom, whoever that was. Because in those times, medieval times especially, they were calling a lot of people Christians that had nothing to do with being a Christian as well, how we think of them today. All right. For example, Prester John, they would call him the Nestorian, the Christian Nestorian king, and he had nothing to do with Christianity. All right. And this earlier occurrence of a name so strikingly similar to that of California has given rise to numerous observations on the part of inquiring minds, ranging all the way from skepticism to affirmation, all right, affirmation. Whether it was taken by Montalvo with some slight alteration from the Chanson de Roland, or whether both got it from a common source or related sources, the ultimate origin and etymology was as obscure as ever. All right, so it's saying that these two could have got it from another source. All right, this French Chanson de Roland, and these other romance epics, Amadis de Gaul, and the exploits of Esplandian. All right, this part says, but at last the veil seems to have been lifted. At any rate, in his very thorough study of the Chanson de Roland, just off the press of Champion, P. Boissonade, Dean of the Literary Faculty of Poitiers, offers a scholarly and appealing explanation which will convince many and entertain all of those interested in this subject. The sum and substance of his thesis is in brief as follows. All right, and it says, there were a number of fortified cities located at strategic points of the Mussulman domain in northwest Africa, some of them famed for their magnificence as well as for their strength, and the Arabic word for this type of town was Kala or Kalat. This word was used as a prefix in forming their names, and a number of such names were known to the Christian world. All right, so we need to now, when they say Northwest Africa, are they talking about in the continent of Africa, or are they talking about it in a Moorish perspective? In Northwest Africa, if you look at their Amexem map of the Moors, it's actually North America. So are we talking about North America or North West Africa, really? All right, so it's something to think about. We don't know that for sure right here. All right, I'm just saying. So let's continue. It says the Arabic geographers have preserved for us many of these mouth-filling appellations. Among them was in particular which designated a city of this type apparently very famous among the Western Christians. It lay 4 days' march south of Bogi, was the capital of a great empire founded by a warrior called Beni Hamad, whose renown for magnificence rivaled that of Solomon, and was named after the Berber tribe of the Beni Ifren, who were his vassals, Kala Ifrene or Kal Ifrene. It was the queen city of Barbary in the 11th century. So that would be in the thousands AD. And recent excavations on the site have confirmed the glowing accounts left by Arabic geographers and historians as to its extent and splendor. It was the Kala for excellence in the eyes and imagination of the Occidental defenders of the faith until its downfall in the middle of the 12th century or 1100s. Professor Boissonade considers it undoubtedly to have been not only the Califerne of the Chanson de Roland, but also the California of the Sergas de Esplandian. And as a sort of epilogue, he comments on singular destiny which was in store for this name from the Maghreb, Northwest Africa, and a Spanish romance added to the Amadis de Gaula in the 15th and 16th centuries. It designates the imaginary country of the Black Amazons. And finally, it is applied in America. To the land since become famous under the name California. But it says, so that Arabic word caliph, all right, caliph, appears not to have been a bad clue. And that's right. All right. So this is Mr. Herbert D. Austin's from the University of Southern California explanation of the name. All right. All right. So that's the first book that we went through. I just wanted to have his perspective, right, Mr. Herbert Austin's, right? So you can see, because we're going to hear that that's something people like to use as the origin, right, of the name of Queen Califia and California. So, we talk about it, right? And it does make sense, the whole Caliph part, right? Califia, Caliph, all right? And as America being the true old world, yes, there was Muslims and Arabs here, like I said, right? Where does Edom? Edom was between Moab and all that. So all these cities were right here, all right, is what I'm trying to show you. So it's not that we were just Hebrews or just, whatever you want to call yourself. What I'm trying to say is, all these tribes that were here, right? Whatever you want to call them, Sioux, Mexica, Maya, Olmec, in the Book of Mormon, they're called something. In the Bible, they're called another thing. In history, they're called a different thing. The Europeans came and labeled them different. That wasn't even their original names in most cases. We don't know a lot of the times what they called themselves, a lot of these tribes. So what I'm trying to point out here is that, yes, there was Muslims and Arabs here too, right? But that's not the end. That's not the beginning or end of the story. You get what I'm saying? So, um, you know, there's history. You got to read history, and these people and all these nations did not live alone in history. If you read history, they were surrounded by other nations. Okay, and America is the true old world. I'm gonna get into another book. Just bear with me. It's gonna get better as we go. All right. Let me just pull out the book. All right. So we're in this library from the Harvard Divinity School. It says Andover Harvard Theological Library, gift of Robert Rabel. All right, we're about to get into this library. The book is called His Level Best and Other Stories by Edward E. Hale. All right, from 1885. Says here, preface. The first of these stories has never before been published. The others have had a circulation more or less limited in different journals. The Queen of Califia, as well be seen as my translation from the Sagas of Esplandian, of every passage relating to the imagined island of California. Since the first publication of that translation, the principal public libraries of this country have obtained copies of that romance. November 30, 1872. The Queen of Califia. This is in page 232, I believe, 234. And it says, in the winter of 1862, I read for the first time the Spanish romance of the Sagas of Esplandian. It is sometimes cited as the first book of Amadis of Gaul, but is by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo, the translator of Amadis, a workman very inferior to Lobeda, who must be rated, I think, very highly among the writers of narrative, coming to the allusion in this forgotten romance to the island of California, very near to the Terrestrial Paradise. I saw at once that here was the origin of the name of the state of California, long sought for by the antiquarians of the state, but long forgotten. For the romance seems to have been published in 1510. The edition of 1521 is now in existence, while our California, even the peninsula of that name, was not discovered by the Spaniards till 1526 and was not named California till 1535. All right, so you see the timelines. All right, how fast could that story have spread to all these Spaniards, and why would they just say, oh, this is the one, California? They would have to have been so sure, right? They were sure of something. All right, as we're going to see what Cortes said. At the next meeting of the American Antiquarian Society, I called their attention to this derivation of the name, and it has since been universally recognized as the origin of the name now so familiar to us. The Romance of Esplandian is now so rare that I translated for the Atlantic Monthly all the parts which relate to the Queen of Califia, and I now republish them. The reader may be interested in examining first the history of the discussion of the subject and then of the romance. The name of California was given by Cortes, who discovered the peninsula in the year 1535. All right, again, we're going to get into what Cortes said. For the statement that he named it, we have the authority of Herrera. It is proved, I think, that the expedition of Mendoza in 1532 did not see California. It is certain that they gave it no name. Humboldt cited in the archives of Mexico a statement in manuscript that it was discovered in 1526. All right, and in the footnote it says it would be very desirable to have a new examination of the manuscript alluded to. So where is it? But for this there is no other authority. There is no other authority. It is certain that the name does not appear till 1535. All right, 1535. No etymology of this name has been presented satisfactory to the historians. Venegas, this is another Spaniard, the Jesuit historian of California, writing in 1758, sums up the matter in these words. The most ancient name is California, used by the Bernal Diaz, limited to a single bay. I could wish to gratify the reader by the etymology and true origin of this name, but in none of the various dialects of the natives could the missionaries find at least traces of such a name being given by them to the country, or even to any harbor, bay, or small part of it. Nor can I subscribe to the etymology of some writers, who suppose the name to be given to it by the Spaniards, on their feeling an unusual heat at their first landing here, that they thence called the country California, compounding the two Latin words calida and fornax, a hot furnace. Alright, so he's telling you dash the hijai. He can't go down with that explanation. I believe few will think the adventurers could boast of so much literature. I believe the Californian authors of our own time agree with Venegas in rejecting this forced etymology. The word to be made from it should be calida fornacia. Dr. Bushnell, who says the heat of the interior valleys is that of Baker's furnace, speaks of a region which Cortes never saw. It must be recollected that though Bernal Diaz only uses the name for the bay, we have a better authority for saying that Cortes gave it to the peninsula. But neither the peninsula nor bay is often described by Dr. Bushnell. Clavijero, in his History of California, after giving this etymology, offers an alternative, the following as the opinion of the learned Jesuit D. Giuseppe Campoy. Alright, it says, he believes that the name is composed of the Spanish word cala, which means a little cove of the sea, and the Latin fornix, which means the vault of a building. He thinks these words are thus applied because with Cape St. Lucas there is a little cove of the sea, towards the western part of which rises a rock, so worn out that on the upper part of the hollow is seen a vault as perfect as if made by art. Cortes therefore observing this cala, or cove, and this vault, probably called this Port California, or Cala and Port Nix, speaking half in Spanish, half in Latin. Alright, so we're gonna get, again, the letter from Cortes to King Charles V, alright, to see what he actually said. Clavijero suggests, as an improvement on this somewhat wild etymology, that Cortes may have said Calafornax, cove furnace, speaking as in the Jesuit suggestion in two languages. All right, so again, we get a lot of opinions, a lot of different people, historians and people in different times had their opinion on why this place was called California. You see, it must have been anciently already been called that, and everybody's trying to figure it out. Even back in 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, they're trying to figure out why it was named California. All right. Continues, says, I am told that the Reverend Dean Trench in one of his etymological works suggests that the Greek, and I don't read Greek, says, implying that the province seemed to the early settlers to have the attractions of a beautiful adultery. I have not myself found this passage, but I remember Mr. Powers, the sculptor, represents California as a naked woman, seductive in front, but concealing a torn bush in her hands behind. And he describes his statue as intended to represent her false seductions. Oh, that's interesting. So Mr. Powers depicts California as a naked woman. Well, why a woman? And why is the emblem of America a woman, an indigenous woman, right? And it's in California, all right? And what is the state seal of California? And it says here, a naked woman, seductive in front, but concealing a torn bush in her hands behind. Sounds like Eve, doesn't it? And he describes his statue as intended to represent her false seductions. Of this etymology, it is enough to say that Cortes and his men knew nothing of the seductions, never finding gold or anything else tempting there, and that the theory requires more, yet worse, scholarship at their hands than that of Calida Fornax. Alright, so those are like wild etymologies, as he's saying. Of all such speculations, Mr. Greenhouse says very fitly, none of them are satisfactory or even ingenious. It is in the worthless romance of the Serjas of Esplandian, the son of Amadis of Gaul, a book long since deservedly forgotten, that there is to be found the source from which the adventurers transferred the name California to the new region of their discovery. Towards the close of this romance, the various Christian knights assembled to defend the emperors of the Greeks and the cities of Constantinople. The emperors of the Greeks. So these Christian knights were warriors, right? Soldiers, all right? And they were defenders of the emperor of the Greeks and the city of Constantinople against the attack of the Turks and infidels. On this occasion, in a romance published first in 1510. All right, got that already. 25 years before Cortes discovered the American California. The name appears with precisely our spelling in the following passage. Again, we're going to get this many times. Know that on the right hand of the Indies, there is an island. It's called California, very near to the Terrestrial Paradise, which was peopled with black women without any men among them, because they were accustomed to live after the fashion of Amazons. They were of strong and hardened bodies, of ardent courage, and of great force. The island was the strongest in the world, from its steep rocks and great cliffs. Their arms were all of gold, and so were the comparisons of the wild beasts which they rode. They rode after having tamed them, for in all their islands there is no other metal. They lived in caves very well worked out. They had many ships in which they sailed to other parts to carry on their forays. In the paper to which these paragraphs are in introduction, I have translated every passage in the Esplandian which relates to the Queen of California, the name appearing as will be seen in several distinct passages in the history. This romance, as I have said, is believed to have been printed first in 1510. No copies of this edition, however, are extant, but of this edition of 1519, a copy is preserved, and there are copies successive, edition 1525 and 1526, which is the version I have, in which last year 2 editions were published, one at Seville and the other at Burgos. All of these are in Spanish. It follows almost certainly that Cortes and his followers in 1535 must have been acquainted with the romance, and as they sailed up the west side of Mexico, they supposed they were precisely at the place indicated. So why would Cortes and his people suppose? Why did they start saying, yo, this is California, this is the one in the romance? He knew it was precisely at the place indicated, precisely in the right hand of the Indies, in the right hand of the Indies, right? All these books, history books, they're called History of the Indies, of the New World or New Spain, Indies. On the right hand of the Indies, there is an island near the Terrestrial Paradise. It will be remembered also that by sailing in the same direction, Columbus in his letter to the sovereign says, he shall be sailing towards the Terrestrial Paradise. Let me go back. Whoa. It will be remembered. Yo, you got to remember that by sailing in the same direction, all right, Columbus in his letter to the sovereign says he shall be sailing towards the Terrestrial Paradise. Columbus knew he was going to the Terrestrial Paradise. He wrote all this stuff. If you believe Columbus was a real person, his records, the person he supposedly was, wrote, his character wrote, it's recorded in the Columbina libraries and many other books, all right, that he knew he was going to go get the Holy Land, the Holy City in Mount Zion. He knew his journey was divine. He knew he was allowed to cross the ocean. It was divine. He was allowed. He knew that. He said it. All right. And he also said again that he shall be sailing towards the Terrestrial Paradise when he goes towards the Indies, America, America. We need not suppose that Cortes believed the romance, but more than we do. Though we assert that he borrowed a name from it to indicate the peninsula he found. So they assert, this is what he's saying, we assert, right? He's assuming that he borrowed it. Why would he borrow a name from a romance? A name from it to indicate the peninsula he found on the right hand side of the Indies near to the Terrestrial Paradise. If it is necessary to analyze very carefully his motive for borrowing a name from a romance, then so generally known it will be enough to say that this romance credited the island of California with great treasures of gold, and that it placed it very near the East Indies, in quest of which all the adventurers of that time were sailing. There is, however, no more reason for giving a serious motive for such a nomenclature than there is for the motive with which La Salle or his companions gave the name of Lichine to the point in Canada from which they hoped to reach China. Alright, you hear what they're saying? It's just conjecture. It doesn't mean he really got it from there. And we continue in the book His Level Best and Other Stories regarding Queen Califia. And continues, says, it is not strange that ecclesiastical historians like Venegas should in the 18th century have lost sight of this origin of the name. It was not until 1683 that the Jesuit fraternity succeeded in planting an establishment there. Even then, their establishment was not permanent. For a century and a half, therefore, after Cortes' discovery, the province was of no value to anyone, and its name was of as little interest. Long before the Jesuits planted it, the romance which gave it name was forgotten. After 1542, no edition of the Sergas of Esplandian was printed in Spain, so far as we know till 1575, and after that of 1587. None for 270 years more. The reaction had come when the curate burned the books of Don Quixote. He burned this among the rest. He saved the Amadis of Gaul, but he burned Esplandian. We will not spare the sun, said he, for the virtues of his father these words show. Cervantes' estimate of it as early as 1605. It is not surprising then that an ecclesiastical like Venegas should not know in 1758 the wild geography of romance 2 centuries and more after it was written. D'Herblay, the early French paraphraser of this romance, retains the whole story of the Queen but transfers the situation of California to the source of the river Borysthenes near the descent of the Riphean Mountains. The only effort to introduce it to the modern readers in any European country until the recent Spanish reprint of 1857 is in the wretched paraphrase by Tresson, published in France in the last century. This author, as if to add to the probability of the tale, omits the name California in each of the passages relating to it, so that even in his forgotten work we do not get hold of the lost clue. In ascribing to the Esplandian the origin of the name California, I know that I furnish no etymology for that word. I have not found the word in any earlier romances. I will only suggest that the root caliph, the Spanish spelling for the sovereign of the Mussulman power of the time, was in the mind of the author as he invented these Amazon allies in the infidel power. It says the following is the account above referred to, with everything from the Esplandian which to the Queen of California. Says, I can see the excitement which this title arouses as it flashes across the Sierras, down the valleys and into the various reading rooms and parlors of the Golden City of the Golden State, as the San Francisco Bulletin announces someday that in the Atlantic Monthly, issued in Boston the day before, one of the articles is on the Queen of California. What contest in every favored circle, the most favored of lands, who the queen may be. It is the blonde maiden who took a string of hearts with her in a leash when she left us one sad morning? Is it the hardy brown adventuress who in her bark-roofed lodge serves us out our boiled dog daily as we come home from our water gullies, and sews for us weekly the few buttons which we still find indispensable in that toil? Is it some Jessie of the Lion Heart? Jessie of the Lion Heart? Heroine of the 100 days or of 1,000? Rush upon the newsboy, who then brings forth the bale of this journal, for the multitude to find that the Queen of California, of whom we write, is no modern queen, but that she reigned some 555 years ago. Her precise contemporaries were Amadis of Gaul, the Emperor Esplandian and Sultan Radiado, and she flourished, as the books say, at the time when the Sultan made his unsuccessful attack on the city of Constantinople, all of which she saw, part of which she was. She was not petite, nor blonde, nor golden-haired, but she was large and black as the ace of clubs. She was not petite nor blonde, all right, nor golden-haired. She was large and black as the ace of clubs. But the prejudice of color did not then exist even among the most brazen-faced or the most copper-headed. For as you shall learn, she was reputed the most beautiful of women, and it was she, O Californians, who wedded the gallant Prince Talanque. Prince Talanque? That sounds like an Aztec or Maya name. Talanque? Prince Talanque? Your first known king. The supporters of the arms of the beautiful shield of the state of California, all right? The shield of the state of California should be on the right a knight armed Kappa Pi, and on the left an Amazon sable, clothed in skin, as you shall now see. Mr. E. E. Hale of Boston sent to the Antiquarian Society last year a paper which shows that the name of California was not known to literature before it was given to our peninsula by Cortes. Cortes discovered the peninsula in 1535 and seems to have called it California then. But Mr. Hale shows that 25 years before that time, in a romance called The Deeds of Esplandian, the name of California was given to an island on the right hand of the Indies. This romance was a sequel of a fifth book to the celebrated romance of Amadis of Gaul. Such books made the principal reading of the young blades of that day who could read at all. It seems clear enough that Cortes and his friends, coming to the point farthest to the west then known, which all them, from the Columbus down, supposed to be the East Indies, gave their discovery the name, familiar to romantic adventurers, of California, to indicate their belief that it was on the right hand of the Indies. Just so Columbus called his discoveries the Indies. Just so was the name El Dorado given to the region which it was hoped would prove to be golden. The romance had said that in the whole of the Romance Island of California there was no metal but gold. Cortes, who did not find a pennyweight or dust in the real California, still had no objection to giving so golden a name to his discovery. Mr. Hale, with that brevity which becomes antiquarians, does not go into any of the details of the life and adventures of the Queen of California, as the romance describes then. We propose in this paper to supply from it this reticency of his essay. The reader must understand that in this romance, printed in 1510, 60 years or less after Constantinople really fell into the hands of the Turks, the author describes a pretended assault made upon it by the infidel powers, and the rallying for its rescue of Amadis Imperion and Lisuarte, and all the princes of chivalry, with whom the novel of Amadis of Gaul has dwelt. They succeed in driving away the pagans, as you shall hear, in the midst of this great crusade, every word of which, of course, is the most fictitious of fiction, appear the episodes which describe California and its queen. We continue in the book, His Level Best and Other Stories. All right, remember this was in the Harvard Library. And it says, now at the time when those great men of the pagans sailed with their great fleets, as the history has told you, there reigned in this island of California a queen, very large in person, the most beautiful of all of them, of blooming years, and in her thoughts desirous of achieving great things, strong of limb and of great courage, more than any of those who had filled her throne before her. She heard tell that all the greater part of the world was moving in this onslaught against the Christians. She did not know what Christians were. She didn't know what a Christian were, for she had no knowledge of any part of the world except in those which were close to her. But she decided to see the world, and it was various people. And thinking that with great strength of herself and her women she should have the greater part of their splendor, either from her rank or from her prowess, she began to talk with all of those who were most skilled in war, and told them that it would be well if, sailing in their great fleets, they also entered on this expedition, in which all these great princes and lords were embarking. She animated and excited them, showing them the great profits and honors which they would gain in this enterprise. Above all, the great fame which would be theirs in all the world. While if they stayed in their island doing nothing but what their grandmothers did, they were really buried alive. They were dead while they lived, passing their days without fame and without glory, as did the very brutes. All right, so just want to point out something here. So it's, if you know the story of Wonder Woman, right? The movie recently came out. You see, the Wonder Woman is an Amazonian, right? We're talking about the same people. We're talking about a mythical island, right? Same thing. All right, and we know that Wonder Woman wanted to go out and see the world. She didn't want to be stuck in the island, and her parents, right, didn't want her to leave. But like as it says here, Queen Calafia, right, saying and kind of thinking the same thing. It says, well, if they stayed in their island doing nothing but what their grandmothers did, they were really buried alive. They were dead while they lived, passing their days without fame and without glory, as did the very brutes. Now the people of California were as willing then to embark in distant expeditions of honor as they are now, and the first battalion that ever sailed from the ports of that country was thus provided. So much did this mighty queen, Calafia, say to her people that she not only moved them to consent to this enterprise, but they were so eager to extend their fame through other lands that they begged her to hasten to sea, so that they might earn all these honors in alliance with such great men. The queen, seeing the readiness of her subjects, without any delay gave order that her great fleet should be provided with food and with arms of all gold, more of everything than was needed. Then she commanded that her largest vessels should be prepared with gratings of the stoutest timber, and she bade place in it as many as 500 of these griffins, of which I tell you that from the time they were born, they were trained to feed on men. All right, so we're gonna get more accounts of her and how she went and helped the Turks. This is the preparation we're reading here, right? So we're not gonna get this in other books. So it's good to get this. She brought 500 griffins with her, so you get the whole explanation of how she prepared to go on this journey, right? To leave her island of California, all right? And she ordered that the beasts on which she and her people rode should be embarked, and all the best armed women of those most skilled in war, whom she had in her island, and then leaving such force in the island that it should be secure. With the others she went to sea, and they made such haste that they arrived at the fleets of the pagans the night after the battle of which I have told you, so that they were received with great joy. And the fleet was visited at once by many great lords, and they were welcomed with great acceptance. She wished to know at once in what condition affairs were, asking many questions, which they answered fully. Then she said, "You have fought this city with your great forces, and you cannot take it. Now, if you are willing, I wish to try what my forces are worth tomorrow, if you will give orders accordingly." All right, so she's saying, you guys have been trying to take over this so-called Christian Constantinople kingdom, right? So she's saying, how about you let me try tomorrow? All right. All these great lords said that they would give such commands as she should bid them. Then send word to all your other captains that they shall tomorrow on no account leave their camps, they nor their people, until I command them, and you shall see a combat more remarkable than you have ever seen of or heard of. All right, you see how she. All right. So yeah, Queen Calafia. All right. All right. So we just got over with those two books. We're gonna have to get into like 3 more books. All right. Just keeps getting more interesting. So peace to the chat. Thanks for being here. Just want to ask everybody to please respect each other. We ain't here to debate. We're just here to all build and learn. This is not my info. I'm just reading books. It's not like I'm trying to say something. All right. But you can't just look at things one-sided. All right. You can't just come with your background and think you know. And I'm not saying I know it all. And nobody does. We're a student for life. I'm a student for life. So we're learning, and all I ask for is respect. And stop generalizing. You can't generalize and force an identity on people. All right. If you feel you vibe with a certain thing, that's you. With all respect. You know, we can't disagree on certain things, right? But you know, me, I like to go with facts. I like to go with foundational truth, and not just with one little correlation, but with many. All right. So you know, this is not my first video. So if you're new, you know, take the journey. Take the journey I've taken, and you know everybody else has with me. You know, because this is a journey. You know, as you can see, you know you know, past videos, you know, I might have been confused with certain things, and we're still building. I'm still learning. All right, so we're going with it. So I just want to go ahead and get with the next video. All right, it's from the California Historical Society. Bear with me. All right, it's gonna get pretty interesting. All right. All right, so now we're going into this scholarly journal or magazine called the California Historical Society Quarterly. This is volume 28. This is from 1949. California Historical Society, San Francisco. All right. All right, so this is on page 23 of this quarterly journal. And again, it's California, a possible derivation of the name, by A.E. Sokol. And it begins, the question, how did California come by its name? Seems to have been settled. But what the name itself means, or where it came from originally, remains unsolved. The following is offered as a conjecture, which upon further research may prove to contain a clue. On the other hand, it may be a coincidence and have no actual bearing on the subject. The generally accepted theory regarding the application of the name California is the one offered in 1862 by the Reverend Dr. Edward Everett Hale. According to this theory, the word occurred first in a Spanish novel, Las Sergas de Esplandian. All right, I'm gonna get into that. Written by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo as the fifth part of the then popular Portuguese romance Vasco de Lobeira's Amadis de Gaula. All right, so this story that where the name California supposedly came from was actually a copy of an original so-called Portuguese romance named the Amadis de Gaula. All right, so it's much older than that Spanish story. All right, which Montalvo had translated into Spanish. The story deals with an imaginary island in California. All right, so before we continue, I just want to let you know that Las Sergas de Esplandian was, I believe, written in 1510. All right. Now, the story deals with an imaginary island called California, rich in pearls and gold, and peopled with black Amazons, whose queen was Calafia or Califia. All right. Again, so-called black Amazons. Right. They're talking about, you know, copper-colored, dark-hued, dark-skinned Amazons, whose queen was Calafia. Since the Amadi story was very popular at the beginning of the 16th century, it seems reasonable to suppose that it was known to the explorers of that time, and that it became the basis of a name given for one of the new discoveries, referring at first to Lower California, but gradually embracing the entire region now known as California. All right, so that's the official story as how the name came about. All right, now this explanation has not been challenged nor modified by additional findings in recent years, except that a brief and as yet unexplained reference to a country by the name of Califerne was found in the Chansol de Roland, a French romance written possibly as early as 1066. Okay, so you see, this is actually, because I had read this before, this is the one I was talking about. So it was referenced in a French writing or so-called romance. All right, we're gonna dig into what that really means, romance. All right, so you see how far back it actually goes. The Califerne, a land, a country named Califerne. Come on. The origin of the name in a native Indian word or any combination of Latin or Greek roots has not proved acceptable. Montalvo's Esplandian is thus generally taken as the source. That California, variously spelled, was current during the Middle Ages and must have occurred in many early manuscripts seems to have escaped the attention. All right, authors are letting you know of this journal that is, they're giving the credit to this play, the Spanish play called Esplandian. The Middle Ages. That's what he's letting you know. It was written in many other manuscripts, early manuscripts. All right, we just got an example from 1066 A.D. Imagine. All right, the writer first came across a word suggesting the name of California in the German law book, Der Sachsenspiegel, probably written by Eike von Rebgold about 1230 AD. In modern German, the passage reads, all right, and it's giving you the German translation or the original passage from, the book, the law book. In English, it says here, translated into English, the sentence runs somewhat like this. No woman may be an advocate nor plead a cause before the court without a guardian. This privilege was lost for all women by California, who misbehaved before court, being angry because she could not get her will without an advocate. Whoa. So wait a minute, what are they saying? What is this law book from 1230 AD is saying, Germany? What is it saying? This ain't no romance. I thought we were just talking about romances, right? It actually writes California. You can see the German translation says California too. All right, California. All right, and it's talking about a woman who was misbehaving in the court. So she made all the women lose their rights to be able to plea or advocate without a guardian. Wow. All right, so this California must have created some chaos, huh? This Calafia. All right. The Sachsenspiegel, all right? Sachsenspiegel is a compilation of law as practiced and recognized in the then Saxon part of Germany. Because of the charity of its language and its precision of expression, it quickly became popular in Germany. Not only was it copied in numerous manuscripts and became the forefather of other German law books, such as Duschenspiegel, Spiegeldeutscher Duluth, and the Schwarzschwemspiegel, but also was translated into Latin, French, and several Slavic languages. Altogether, several hundred manuscripts exist of these various related medieval works, whose influence is said to have extended even to Sicily, under the rule of Emperor Frederick II, who was also king of that island, and possibly as far as Spain. At one time, some doubt existed among scholars as to the priority of these three principal German law books, but it seems established now that Sachsenspiegel is the earliest, while the Schwarzschwemspiegel dates from about 50 years later, with Duschenspiegel acting as the connecting link. All right, so I know these are funny sounding, words and hard to pronounce words, right? But he has a point. He's gonna get to a point with this. I know it's a little slow right now, but bear with me. This is very interesting. It makes a very, solid point. Now, continues, says the two later works are certainly based on the Saxon law book, yet they show departures from their main source. Not only those made necessary by the difference in the law of the three German regions, but suggesting consultation of sources not used by the author of the earlier Sachsenspiegel. The only manuscript of the Duschenspiegel that exists today omits the name Californium from the passage altogether, thus depriving it of all relevance. You hear that, right? So they're saying that these law books, the third one that came out, the third edition, just took out completely Califia's name, California's name. So the whole point of the law has no relevance because it was referring to what happened with Queen Calafia. All right? Possibly the writer of the manuscript, not familiar with the story of California and not knowing what the Sachsenspiegel referred to, just left it out. Maybe, or maybe they just did it on purpose. Medieval copyists are known to have resorted to such drastic means in case of doubt. Other copies of the book might have been more complete in this respect, but since no other is preserved for us, we cannot check the point. All right. So remember, we're reading from a book, basically published and promoted by the California Historical Society. Very scholarly book about California. Look it up. All right. They're letting you know. All right. 1230 A.D. They were already talking about Queen Calafia and how she was going against the court. All right. So they had to make a law about it because they didn't want no other women like her, basically making them look bad. All right. The numerous manuscripts of the Schwarzenspiegel, on the other hand, not only contain with variations in spelling the California passage in full, but they even embroider on it by adding that the lady in question was a Roman noble woman. So she was a Roman from the Promised Land noble woman. What are we talking about? From America? California? All right, let's keep going. And that her objectionable behavior consisted in showing her naked posterior to the king. Oh, so she mooned the king. She wasn't having it with these clowns. She was like, you know what? Talk to my butt. Posterior. Talk to my naked posterior. Thereupon the latter, after consulting with his wise attendants, established the rule that no woman should ever be permitted to be advocate nor plead her case before court without her guardian, or what? A legal representative appointed by the court? So who would be her guardian? What does that mean? The explanation of this expanded version of the California episode in the Schwarzenspiegel may be that the author, wishing to be more explicit than his Saxon predecessor, consulted a source of the anecdote not known to Eike von Regolf. That fits in with the general assumption that Eike knew practically no Roman law, the California passage being usually quoted as the only example of Roman influence in his work. While the composer of the later book, writing at a time when that law had begun to penetrate into Germany, already had access to works containing the California story in its Latin original. As will be seen, this assumption would also account for the names used in the later book. One difficulty remains, however, since the known Latin sources do not contain all the details mentioned by the writer of the Schwarzenspiegel. He must either have invented them himself to make the episode more vivid and more to the taste of his contemporaries. All right, so they're saying he might have made up that extra part where she mooned the king and she was Roman, but it makes sense because she is from the Promised Land. She is noble. All right, and if somebody, show their posterior to somebody they don't respect, especially if they're being disrespectful or they're trying something, that's not going down with her. All right, so continuing, or he found it already given in the expanded form in some intermediary source which has been lost to us. So he's saying maybe he has some inside knowledge, inside info, all right, that he knew that the previous author did not know in the previous version of it. The sources of Roman law became available in Germany only in the later Middle Ages through Latin excerpts or translations and adaptations made by foreign scholars, especially Italian and French. A Latin manuscript of that sort is preserved in the monastery of Godwig in Lower Austria. It mentions a Califurnia indisciplinatissima. I almost could interpret that. It almost sounds like they're saying Queen Califia or the California, who is basically undisciplined, indisciplinatissima. Because when you say tissima, it's like a lot. But does that seem to elaborate further? According to the editor of the manuscript, it was written about 1170 by a Frenchman, probably in Paris, and was designed as a short course in Roman law for the use of the clergy. All right, so again, they found a manuscript, right, in French in about 1170, that said California indisciplinatissima. All right, I already told you what I think it means. All right, so let's see what they say. It says, it is said to be one of the oldest comprehensive presentations of the theory of Roman law known in medieval literature. All right, now listen to this. This is so interesting. So, Roman law, and it has something to do with California and Queen Calafia. All right. From this, it appears fairly certain that the story of California, used as an argument to rationalize the forbidding of women to plead before court, was widely known lawyers' anecdote. All right, this was known, this was law, popular in various parts of Europe, at least since the end of the 12th century. We're talking about by the end of the 1100s. You see how old this is? You see, this is history. This ain't romance only. These ain't plays. Where do they get ideas for movies and plays? Come on. What were the Roman sources of this anecdote? How did it originate? And how did it pass into the medieval traditions? There is no doubt that one of the earliest and most important sources was the work of the Roman writer Valerius Maximus, who lived during the 1st century of the Christian era and wrote his work Memorable Facts and Sayings during the reign of Emperor Tiberius. It was intended as a kind of source book of historical anecdotes for use in the schools of rhetoric. Although of no great literary value, it became very popular in the following centuries through extracts and translations. One of the best known of these is Petrus Cantor's Verbum Abbreviatum, written about 1187 in Paris. Too late to have been the source of the Godwick manuscript. In free translation, the original Latin of Valerius Maximus, rendering the anecdote, read thus: Caja or Gaja, Afrania, wife of Senator Licinius Bucio. All right, so you see this? She's Roman. Afrania, Africa, Afrania, his wife of the senator. These are all Romans. Who are these Edomites? So it says that this Gaja, Afrania, having a passion for lawsuits, always pleaded her own cases before the praetor, not because she lacked defenders, but because she was full of impudence, because she tired the tribunes by shouting or rather by barking. She became the best known example of pettifogging of her sex. Her name became abominable. To characterize moral depravity among women, one says, this is a C. Afrania. She lived to the year in which Caesar became consul, for the second time together with P. Servilius. In talking of such a monster, history should mark the time of her disappearance rather than that of her birth. All right, so that was a passage from this letter from 1187. All right. Now, continue with the book. It says, it will be noted that in this story, the name of the disreputable lady is C. Afrania, not California, and that her misbehavior differs considerably from that mentioned by the medieval writers. This rather disqualifies Valerius Maximus as the direct source of the medieval versions, but the story is more logical than in the latter because it assumes the right of women to plead before court until that right was abrogated by C. Afrania's impudent conduct. There is, however, the possibility that the record of C. Afrania became known among the lawyers of the Middle Ages through the Roman law books themselves. Valerius Maximus' anecdote reappears in the writings of Domitius Ulpianus, a famous Roman jurist of the 2nd century AD, who supplied about 1/3 of the contents of Justinian's Digest. Through Justinian's famous code, which was translated into French about 1135. The alleged reason for excluding women from the right to plea may have become known among the early students of Roman law in the different European countries, even without direct reference to its earlier literary occurrence in Valerius Maximus. Ulpian gives the name of the offending woman as Carfania, which is evidently a contraction and transposition of Valerius C. Afrania, and can very well be the direct antecedent of the various forms of the name in the Schwarzenspiegel manuscript, but it still does not explain the California of the Schwarzenspiegel, nor does his short statement contain any of the vivid details with which the medieval authors adorn their versions. We are thus forced back to our previous assumption that these are either the product of the German lawyer's robust imagination, or that they were found already made to order in an intermediary source of which we have at present no record. Continuing, it says, in addition to the possibility that the name of California may have entered Spain directly from Roman literature or by way of the German law books, there exists still another. To trace this, we must return to German literature, namely to the Narrenschiff, Ship of Fools, of Sebastian Brandt, which appeared in 1494 and at once became a literary sensation. The first German book to attract wide attention in Europe, it was within a few years translated twice into Latin, 3 times into French, twice into English, and twice into Dutch. Its phenomenal success lay in the fact that it expressed the temper of the time better than any other contemporary publication. Also, no small share of its appeal was due to the numerous woodcuts accompanying the text, which made the book the most elegant print of the 15th century. Actually, the Ships of Fools is not much more than the translation and compilation of passages from biblical and classical literature, reapproaching various kinds of people or fools for their particular weaknesses or vices. The many chapters, each dealing with some special folly, are loosely held together by the fiction of a ship in which all these fools are embarked. Incidentally, the Ship of Fools contains the first literary reference to the discovery of a new world by Columbus. Sebastian Brandt, the author, was a lawyer of Strasbourg, who had become a university professor and publication expert in Basel. In addition to his knowledge of Roman law, he had first-hand acquaintance with medieval German literature, as evidenced by his edition of Frieden's Bescheidenheit, a work of the early 13th century. He thus had ready access to the Caja Afrania, California material, and he actually used it in his Narrenschiff. The passage in question is contained in the chapter on wicked women, line 41, and it is quite short. In quote, it says, 1. Frauen sollen reden, will California. Alright, and that's the original language right there. It says, this sentence shows that California, rather than Afrania, or any of its derivatives, was the name for a talkative woman that survived through the Middle Ages. Alright, so California, not Afrania. California. 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 Alright. It might also indicate that Sebastian Brandt, the lawyer, knew of her through his readings of the Schwarzenspiegel, rather than directly from the Latin sources, either Valerius Maximus or Justinian. Brandt's Narrenschiff was first translated into Latin under the title Stulti Fera Navis by Jacob Locker, sometimes referred to as the Philomuxus Suebus, in 1497. With the help of Brandt himself, this Latin version, which became the basis for translation into other European languages, constitute a free adaptation of the original rather than a literal rendering. Some parts were actually expanded and show that result of additional research done either by the translator or by Brandt. Locker's Latin text of our passage reads as follows: California nudum. Alright, so this Latin, and then it says, which might indicate an acquaintance with the expanded form of the story found in the Schwarzenspiegel. Yet on the margin of the Locker version we find cited, and then again, which refers to Justinian, who, however, does not include the naked posterior. The actual source of Locker's statement is thus not quite clear. When we turn to the early English translation of Brandt's work, which appeared in 1509, the passage has assumed the following form: wordies among white men is common and rife. Wand, fear of shame, from many gone is quite so, one California, in a case plaintive his bare tail showed to the Ush in this his bare tail, her bare tail, posterior. All right, so remember in the beginning they told us that the Esplandian was the source, that Spanish romance, but we can see here this is in 1509 because the Esplandian was written in 1510. There was already mad references to California, all right, in the Middle Ages in Europe, all over. Continuing, it says, this finishes our tally of California's antecedents and European literary tradition. From now on, we are confined to speculation. It is possible that the name or related form of it was known among medieval lawyers in Spain, as well as in Germany. We know that Justinian Roman law was received in Spain during the 13th and 14th centuries, and that the great Spanish legislator of the Middle Ages, Alfonso X, the Wise, issued his most renowned legal work, the Siete Partidas, in the year 1265, and that it was framed in imitation of Justinian's Pandects. It is therefore also possible that the California anecdote became known in Spain at an early date. The California anecdote. Possibly the German Schwarzenspiegel itself or a similar book introduced the form into Spain, though we must consider this as less likely. But it is quite conceivable that the Latin or French versions of the Ship of Fools, there was no translation of the book into Spanish, carried the name into Spain and brought it to the attention of Montalvo. The fame of the book, the time element, and the striking similarity of the names are in favor of this theory. Taken from one of the sources mentioned above, but only vaguely remembered in its implications, the harmonious exotic name may have given the Spanish author the idea of making use of it in connection with his imaginary island. It may be of significance that the greatest Spanish jurist of the late 15th century was Alfonso Diaz de Montalvo, but this might of course be a meaningless coincidence. Further researches along the lines enumerated below can alone answer these questions. 1. Establish, if possible, the links connecting the Valerius Maximus story of Calafia with the medieval versions. Establish similar links between Justinian and the law books of the Middle Ages. Find the immediate source of the Schwarzenspiegel version, the Schwarzenspiegel variant, and the Godwig manuscript. Show if and how the confusion between Ciafrania and Calpurnia arose. So you got to prove that. Trace the Latin or the medieval version of the anecdote into Spanish legal literature. Prove the connection, if one exists, between any of the known occurrences of the name and its use in Montalvo's Las Sergas de Esplandian. It is certainly a worthwhile task for scholars in their respective fields, which might not only resolve the mystery still enveloping the name of this state, but would probably also bring to light many interesting and as yet unsuspected interrelations among European literatures of the earlier period. All right, so again, that was the article in this California Historical Society Quarterly from volume 28, 1949. Again, that was page 23 and on. And so I thought it was interesting because it basically letting you know that the name or that word was around way before that supposed source, which was the Esplandian in 1510, supposedly, where they got the name California. So it was already around before that. His book was actually a copy from another Portuguese supposed romance. All right, so the other interesting thing is the story they have behind it and how they have this whole Roman anecdote. This whole law was based on some incident that happened with some powerful woman, right? That basically defied the court and maybe mocked them. All right, and they had to make sure that didn't happen again. And it's funny how they relate California or Califia to this. All right, and if the one thing to pick up out of this article is, they reference a Roman noble woman. How far from the truth can that be if you really look into the etymology of these words? All right, so all right, let's continue. All right. So that was the book of the California Historical Society. So just real quick before we continue the other books, I just want to show something real quick, just to give more perspective, right? Let me just share page real quick. A lot of you probably have heard of John Levy and his YouTube channel. I think it's awesome, because I'm a history buff and all that, and especially when it comes to America, right? And this video was pretty crazy I saw of him, because he's basically showing. Just bear with me, sorry. Okay. Yeah, he's showing basically all these palaces and all these buildings that were like, built, before, like, supposedly the World's Fair, right? But it's crazy how they'll say that they build these palaces and temples and made out of marble just for the World Fair. Like, where'd you get all that marble from? All those statues and all that, right? And then you're saying that's from the World Fair only, and then it was temporary. So and then you took it down. So it was just for the World Fair. You build such an luxurious palace, right? Made out of marble, and then you take it down just because it was for the World Fair. It just doesn't make sense, especially when you read the history and when these towns were settled, like San Francisco, and then you see that they tell you that the building was probably built like 20, 30 years later after they first settled. So how did they get all that material over there in ox carts and all that? It's something that we don't even ask or think about. But these places in all over the Americas, right, in the Chicago, all over, there was palaces, there was kingdoms. The Spanish had maps they made that shows all these ancient towns, the reference of Cibola, the 7 cities of gold, right? Aztlan, Tulan, Quivira, right? The kingdom of Anion, the kingdom of Prester John, that's all right here. All right, and what you're looking at right here in the screen is basically, it says 1894 San Francisco Midwinter International Exposition. This was supposedly temporary, you see? All right, pretty crazy stuff. All right, so again, this is from John Levy's channel, Fair Use. Go check them out, subscribe and like. All right, so let me just show you some other things real quick. It's pretty crazy how they just build on top. All right, so check this out. Back in the day, that's today. All right, you're saying you only build it for the World Fair? This is California. This is the kingdom of Queen Calafia. What you talking about? This is the kingdom of Kibara, the golden place. All right, it's pretty crazy. Let me just show you. All right. I mean, look at this place. Look at this place right here. Take a good look. All the statues. Look at everything. There's like some Egyptian looking stuff right here on the right. Do you see it? Look at that. And they say they just built this temporarily for the World Fair. Dodge the hijack. So it's like they say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? Are we practicing cognitive dissonance with certain things? All right, look at these places that are no longer standing. There's neighborhoods on top of these places now. All right, keep watching. All right, let me just show you this place right here. Look at that. All right, he's explaining, John Levy, what he thinks. Yeah, very logical points. If you check out his channel, his video, I agree with him. In this case, I agree. John Levi. All right, and so. Alright, so that was just a couple examples. There's another video where he shows and compares what was before and what the neighborhood is now. All right. So now I want to bring your attention to this is the Hearst Castle. So big up to Soul Hustle, who long time ago brought this up, and you know, it's been sitting there. Been wanting to talk about it, but I mean, this palace, I mean, this castle is like majestic. This is the inside right here. You know, some of the inside. And the main thing about this is that there's statues of women all over the place in here, and goddesses and all that. All right, so look at this one right here with bows and arrows. Who's this right here? They're gonna say that's the huntress Diana. But again, where did all these gods originate? In Atlantis, aka America, Amarukan. All right, we just talking about the Promised Land, the Hesperides, the true old world, or what the Greeks called the Western Ethiopia. All right, and I mean, this palace, I don't know, you know, it has a funny story, but look at this. Look at this. This is in California. All right. Look at this indoor pool. And I was trying to look for like construction pictures of the place. I was only able to find this one and this one, but this is of the same place. This could be a remodeling, or this place could have been an addition. But those are the only two pictures I found. You know, I don't see any, you know, construction pictures of this. The temple's right here, right? Or this. Look at this. Look at this entrance right here. And again, this is a book I got. So all these statues that are in the inside, the dining room. All right. Look at this. A real castle, real palace. All right. There's a lot of places like this all over the U.S. I found out. Some they showed me another place. Forgot where it was. North Carolina, I think. All right. Mansions, right? Look at this. It's a little dark. All right. So yeah, again, you know, perspective, right? Perspective, because again, this is the Promised Land. All right. So let me just get to the next book real quick. Again, so Google that. That's the Hearst Castle. If you want to check it out. All right. All right, so found this book here. I thought it was very interesting as well, relating to what we're, you know, discussing in this video. So it's called Chronicles of Early California, 1535 to 1846, and it's called Lands of Promise and Despair. Very interesting, right? Lands of Promise, Lands of Promise, the Promised Lands, right? We're talking about America. We're talking about California. So we're talking about a Roman noble woman, right? A Roman or person of a promise, or the people of the promise, or of the promised lands, lands of promise. All right, Despair. And this is edited by Rosemary Beebe and Robert M. Sinkiewicz. All right, this is in the Santa Clara University. It says here, Santa Clara, California. Haiti Books, Berkeley, California. All right, we're page 9 of this book, and it's called 1510, The Invention of California by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo. And it says here, the name California first appeared in a work published in Seville in 1510 by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo, entitled The Labors of the Very Brave Knight Esplandian. All right, so we already got in the other journal that the name California was actually around way before that. All right. But we're just gonna read this just for reference, right? It says Rodriguez de Montalvo was born in the middle of the 15th century. He participated in the final phases of the Reconquista and was knighted for his service at Alhama de Granada in 1482. All right, so I think the Reconquista was when they took back Spain from the Moors. All right. By the 1490s, he was hard at work on his 5-volume set, Amadis de Gaula, one of the first of many published books of fiction on the themes of chivalry and courtly love, which so captivated the Spanish reading public during the age of exploration and conquest. The first 4 volumes represented Rodriguez Montalvo's reworking of oral legends that were centuries old. The 5th volume whose composition was begun in the 1490s and which was partly influenced by the tales brought back to Spain by Columbus and the early explorers, was Rodriguez Montalvo's own creation. All right, so this is very important what we just read there. So remember, they're giving this guy the credit for the source for the word California. He made it up in his romance about Queen Calafia we're going to read. But look what it says here. It says that this fifth volume, where they actually got this story of Queen Calafia, whose composition was begun in the 1490s. Look at this, 1490s. Which one? 98, 96, 97, 94, before or after Columbus went to America? Had to be before, after, because 1490s he was here 1492. There's a whole 8 years thereafter that it could have been composed, right? So it says was partly influenced by the tales brought back to Spain by Columbus and the early explorers. Was Rodriguez Montalvo's own creation. So this composition that Montalvo did, again, this was his own creation, basically from inspired by tales brought back by Columbus. I wonder what Columbus told him. All right. It concerned the adventures of Esplandian, the son of Amadis. The passage reproduced below is taken from chapter 157 of the book. At this point in the novel, the pagans, example Muslims, are attacking the Christian city of Constantinople. Word of this reaches even to the fictional island of California in the Indies. Ooh, in the Indies, West Indies, in the Indies, the third India. All right, why does the Mercader map of 1569 have India right over Mexico? Look it up. All right, so again, the word reached all the way to the so-called fictional island of California in the Indies. It is inhabited only by women and ruled by a queen named Calafia. She convinces her women to join the pagan alliance and they sail to Constantinople. So they're saying that Queen Calafia, Caliph, right? Caliph, isn't that like a Muslim word? Teamed up with the Muslims. She teamed up with the Muslims. Who is this Queen Calafia? They're fabled griffins, creatures with the heads of wings of eagles but the bodies of lions. Are we talking about dragons? These so-called griffins, dragons, proved to be especially formidable fighters and capture and kill many Christian defenders of the city. But the griffins are unable to distinguish between Christian and pagan males and soon take to killing Califia's allies as well. Accordingly, she has to remove them from the battle. Instead, she and a male warrior, Radiaro, challenged Amadis and his son Esplandian, who is called the Knight of the Great Serpent, to combat. The Knight of the Great Serpent? When she visits Constantinople to confirm the challenge, she sees Esplandian and is smitten with love for him. During the combat, Esplandian defeats Radiaro and Amadis bests Calafia, who is taken prisoner. During the final battle for the city, she sends a message to her woman not to participate in the battle, and the pagans are routed. Esplandian marries the daughter of the emperor, who then abdicates so that Esplandian and his new wife can rule. Calafia becomes a Christian and marries Esplandian's cousin. So Queen Calafia became a Christian? What is all this? Are they talking about? So we got to be very careful when they referencing Christian. What do they mean by Christian? All right, so Calafia supposedly becomes a Christian and marries Esplandian's cousin, Talanque. Talanque. Why does that sound like an Aztec name? The two of them return to California, where Rodriguez de Montalvo says they underwent many amazing adventures, including very large challenges, many battles and victories over great seniorities. But we decline to say more about what became of them, because if we wish to do so, it would be a never-ending story. All right, so you see all these legends and stuff, so these stories. So she turns out to be allied to the Christians after helping the Muslims. All right, so it's, you know, it's a weird story, but there's definitely something here. As you can see, now we got a whole different perspective of this. All right, so this whole story that he wrote in this book called the Esplandian, the Knight Esplandian. All right, so we know the word California was around before this book, But we also now see that this story goes more in depth. All right, it's actually, he talks about, what happens. She goes and joins Muslims. Then she goes and fights. They come back to California with her new husband. All right, so it says here the names Calafia and California were rooted in the Arabic word Khalifa, which enters English as Caliph. The use of the word is clearly meant to call to mind the Reconquista. In the novel, California is consistently associated with gold and wealth. Gold and wealth. Where was the gold rush, everybody? California, right? So is this just a novel? Queen Calafia and her women left the sea to enter the battle, wearing their golden armor that was studded all over with very precious stones, which were found on California Island as abundantly as rocks in a field. In her challenge to Amadis and Esplandians, Calafia identified herself as a very courageous ruler of California Island, where an amazing abundance of gold and precious stones are found. When Calafia went to meet Esplandian to formalize the challenge, her robes were made entirely of gold and many precious stones. Also, she wore a finely designed headdress with a huge volume of twists and turns, and when she finally put it on her head, it was like a capelline. It was made completely of gold and studded with gems of great value. In this work of fiction, California is associated with wealth, conquest, indigenous people, listen to that, indigenous people who are willing to convert to Christianity? Doesn't that sound familiar? So who is this Queen Calafia who was willing to convert to so-called Christianity? An indigenous person of California. It says, and indigenous women willing to give themselves to European men. Willing? Were they really willing? Esplandian was very popular work, a quintessential chivalric novel. After its publication in 1510, all right, 1510, that's when it was published, it went through at least 10 more Spanish editions and was translated into French, Italian, German, and English in the 16th century. Hernan Cortes is known to have read it. Towards the beginning of Cervantes' Don Quixote, 1605, two of Quixote's neighbors, a priest and a barber, became convinced that Quixote's eccentric behavior stems from his having read too many of these sorts of novels. So they go through his library determined to burn the offending works. The first book they select for their bonfire is none other than Esplandian. But by that time, California had evolved from an imagined to a real place. All right, we continue in the book Lands of Promise and Despair in the Chronicles of Early California, and this is the part where it's talking about the invention of California. All right, so it says, from the labors of the very brave knight Esplandian. Now, before we read this, because this is basically a little bit of the story of the translation from the original book, the Esplandian. All right, so I want to show you where the original is because I have it. All right, and it's this one right here. Let me just show you. So it's Las Cercas de Esplandian, and it was called in Spanish. Again, Las Cercas de Esplandian, and this is the cover right here. All right. 1526 says here, but it was originally written in 1510. This must be a 1526 edition. All right, so we're gonna go to. All right, so this is almost like on page 228. It says down here. Now this is in old Spanish, but you can see I'm gonna just try to translate a little bit, just a little bit. All right, so it says chapter blah blah blah. It's talking about. La Reina, you see Reina right here, Queen Calafia. All right, and then it says down here, let me just show you that. So it says here, know that or sabed que en el otro lado de las Indies, on the other side of the Indies, is an island called California. It's right here, California. I don't know if you guys see that. Very close to the Terrestrial Paradise. All right, there's a island named California on the other side of the Indies, it says, all right, which is very close to the Terrestrial Paradise. What if we've been showing you in the other videos all the correlation? This is the true old world. This is the Terrestrial Paradise. All right, is this just a little romance story? No, it's not. Remember, he was inspired by Columbus and the Spaniards, the early Spanish explorers. All right. So it says that it was populated, fue poblada de mujeres or women negras or black women. All right. So now, just wanted to show you that. Let's go back to the other book. All right. So let's just get a clear translation. All right. So it says, I tell you that on the right hand side of the Indies, there was an island called California, which was very close to the region of the earthly paradise. All right. Again, there's an island called California, which was very close to the region of the earthly paradise. We talking about Utah, Four Corner region? What are we talking about? That is kind of close to California, isn't it? This island was inhabited by black women, so-called black women, talking about aboriginals of America. And there were no males among them at all, for their way of life was similar to that of the Amazons. The island was made up of the wildest cliffs and the sharpest precipices found anywhere in the world. These women had energetic bodies and courageous, ardent hearts, and they were very strong. Their armor was made entirely out of gold, which was the only metal found on the island, as were the trappings of the fierce beasts that they rode once they were tamed. Alright, you hear these fierce beasts? We're talking about dragons. They lived in very well designed caves. They had many ships which they used to sally forth on their raiding expeditions, and in which they carried away the men they seized, whom they killed in a way that you will soon hear. On occasion they kept the peace with their male opponents, and their females and males mixed with each other in complete safety, and they had carnal relations, from which unions it follows that many of the women became pregnant. If they bore a female, they kept her, but if they bore a male, he was immediately killed. The reason for this, inasmuch as it is known, is that according to their thinking, they were set on reducing the number of males to so small a group that the Amazons could easily rule over them and all their lands. Therefore, they kept only those few men who they realized they needed so that their race would not die out. On this island called California, there were many griffins, because these beasts were suited to the ruggedness of the terrain, which was a perfect habitat for the infinite number of wild animals that lived there and that were not found in any other part of the world. We're talking about California, right? Let's not get lost. When these griffins had offspring, the women ingeniously covered themselves in coarse hides in order to capture the young. Then they took them back to their caves, where they raised them. Where their plumage was even, they fed them so often and so cleverly with captured men and boys they bore that the griffins became well acquainted to the women and never harmed them in any way. Therefore every man who ventured onto the island was immediately killed and devoured by the griffins, and even though they had eaten their fill, they never for that reason stopped seizing the men, carrying them aloft as they flew through the air, when they tired of carrying them, dropping them to their certain deaths. Alright, so it has to be a pretty big, griffins, right, to pick up a human, right, and carry him. Alright, so that's part of the book. I mean, it goes in depth. We read it before, right, how she helped, all right, and then battle with the Esplandian, right, and she ends up marrying their family. So what I wanted to get out of this book for you everybody is just to see that there's more into this story, the Esplandian. Is it all myth? Is it just a romance? All right, it's very specific, and with our research that we're doing and the whole foundational truth that we're uncovering, we have to investigate, and separate the fiction from the fact. All right. All right. So that was that book. All right. So, all right, just bear with me. So basically, I just want to go ahead and point out so far what we've learned. There's a lot of theories and a lot of stories, but you see, it's kind of has like the same story. It's kind of telling you a certain thing, and one thing is that she was reluctant, a warrior. She didn't take anything from anybody. She was well known in the world, obviously, that she made it into all these romances. All right, earlier she said that she didn't know what a Christian was and that she wanted to get out of her island. So it's not that she just wanted to go to war and help the Muslims, but that was the only neighbors she had around her, and it seems like everybody was going to go against the so-called Christians. Dodge the hijack. All right, who are these so-called Christians? All right, so I want to go ahead and finish up with this other book. It's really good. All right, so let's just get started on that one. All right, so now we're in this basically scholarly, I guess, journal. It's called The Transactions and Precedents of the Geographical Society of the Pacific, and it's volume 6, part 1. This is from 1910. All right. Again, the contents of this is the origin and meaning of the name California, Calafia, the Queen of the island of California. All right. And then further down we go. So again, the origin and meaning of the name California. All right. It says title page of Las Sergas. All right. We already know Las Sergas. This is by George Davidson, PhD, President of the Geographical Society of the Pacific. All right. Says here in the introductory, before the acquisition of California from Mexico, 1848, there had been several attempts to declare the origin and the meaning of the name California. And in subsequent years, the subject was revived. The proposed solutions indicate that the matter has not been so fully or so clearly presented to our people as it might be. Therefore, we have undertaken the task of tracing the history of the name and have ventured to give a meaning to this and associated names. For this purpose, we present such of the modern explanations as we have access to, from Robert Dudley, 1630 to 47, to authorities as late as 1903. We exhibit the use of the name in early charts and in early Spanish documents and narratives to the end of the 17th century. The first recent historian to point to the source of the name was George Ticknor in his History of Spanish Literature. His mention of the source carries us beyond the time of the conquistadores of Mexico and suggests they were readers of the romances of the 15th and 16th centuries. All right, so here we go with the romances. This necessarily causes us to remark upon the origin, object, and character of those romances, and upon the machinery which their authors employed. Even when the name California is traced to its first appearance in the exploits of Esplandian, there is no explanation offered about its origin. All right, so we've known that they say it comes out of that, but we know that it was already there before that. We already read this in the other books. All right, so even he's letting you know, okay, well, yeah, this dude put it in this romance from this time, but where did he get the name California? How did he come up with it? And associate it to a woman, an Amazonian, on a distant island. All right, that's what he's saying. It doesn't offer no explanation to its origin. But from the statement of the nominal author that this romance was originally written in Greek, we suggest a solution. At the close, we present a free translation of part of the text where, en la muy esforzada reina, Califia, señora de la gran isla, California, plays a spectacular role in assisting the Christians with her host of Amazons, her fleets, and her griffins, correlating with what we just read in the other book, right? With the griffins and their animals. We briefly relate the personal encounters of the Queen Calafia with the Christian knights, her being eventually overmatched, the fury of her lion-hearted sister Leota, and finally the marriage of both the Christian knights. So they both ended up Queen Calafia, who married this so-called Christian knight. Are we just talking about Hebrews here? Or who are we really talking about? All these creations of the romancer conspired to inflame the younger Spanish nobles after the expulsion of the Moors and Jews from Spain, when there were no more provinces to conquer unless Columbus should discover a western route to India. All right, so you see that? This relates to Columbus somehow. And we continue. It says application of the name California from Dudley to the authorities of the year 1903. Robert Dudley in his Arcano del Mare describes in volume 3 the chart 33 entitled Il Mare de America Occidentale, and in speaking of the galleons from the Philippines making the northwest coast of America from the Philippines, says that little faith is placed on accuracy of location of the ports on account of the notable differences of distances on the more common charts, which make, for example, the distance between California and Cape San Lucas 1200 English leagues, all right, instead of 600. The last paragraph of the volume is the Vermilion Sea begins at the Cape Santa Clara of California. Now, when they're talking about this Vermilion Sea, this means Red Sea, the Red Sea, and this is the Gulf of California. Yes, the Red Sea. You can find this phrase and word in old maps of the US. You'll see California as an island. You'll see the Vermilion Sea many times in between it. The Red Sea, all right, begins at the Cape Santa Clara of California, all right, as shown elsewhere, and passes by the island, which is named the Gigante, and is in the Northern Sea in 43 degrees of latitude, through the kingdom of Coromedel, and this determines that California may be an island of Western America and not terra firma. Johnsonian states on his charts, with this statement is ended in the sixth and last volume. All right. And the footnote says identification of Sir Francis Drake's anchorage on the coast of California, Davidson's California Historical Society, 1890, page 50. All right. It says in Father Basilius' work, he first mentions California on page 400, where he proposes to name all the regions of the eastern and northern part of North America, with the western kingdoms of Quivira and Tolmun. All right, Quivira and Tolmun, these ancient cities on all these old maps. I show them palaces and everything, and the Quivira is associated with a city of gold. Estotilandia, and then turning to the south, on the west coast, he begins with California, page 400. The kingdoms and regions better known to our navigation are these: those which lie on the South Sea, Surium, in an oblique direction from the west, and these after Quivira, and the lands of the Ptolemy, in the same extent of coast, the regions of California, are stretched out on the sea toward the east, Orientum versus. The back of this land is shut in by mountains, from which flows into the ocean the river Farellones, or Faroes. The sides are surrounded by waters in the manners of arms. On the right, indeed, which looks toward the South Sea. On the left, however, towards the north, it is bordered by certain gulf running transversely up beyond the middle of the length of California. Some call this the Vermilion Sea, the Red Sea, Vermilion. Alright, so I just wanted to point out that when they're talking about Quivira again, Tolmun and Quivira and Tolmi, these are all on the west coast of US on the maps. If you see the old maps of US. Continuing the book, says in the history of California. Real quick, just want to show some of those maps, just real quick. Let me see, I got a couple right here. Just bear with me. All right. All right, so this would be one right here. So we got the Kingdom of Anion. All right, so catch that drop from 432, the drop radio, King Drop, bringing you that water. I mean, man, he's leaving all of us behind, man. But you know, the videos are there. That's the good thing, so we can catch up. But the Kingdom of Anion always referenced, right? And that's supposed to be the Kingdom of Prester John as well. But it's always here on the West Coast. All right, let me just zoom in so you guys can see that all the way up here. You see Anion, and then you see Quivira. See Quivira, all right, and Tolum, right? That's what they're talking about, Tolum, all right. And a lot of these maps always got Nova Granada or New Granada. Granada means pomegranate, the pomegranate. Granada in Spanish is pomegranate. That's the real apple in the Garden of Eden. If you check the etymology of pomegranate, it meant something apple, All right, that was the Greek word for apple, granada. So, all right, and that's what grew in the Promised Land. If you guys know that, all right, uh, do the research. All right, so Kivira right here. Let me just show another one real quick. All right. Theo H. Hiddle commences by saying the first account of California that is found in old records represented it as an island rich in pearls and gold. It was said to lie at a distance of 10 days' journey from the province of Cihuatán, and to be inhabited by women only. All right, so I want to bring you to this book, which is the Letters of Cortes, so we can get an account from Cortes himself. This is actually what he wrote to the Emperor Charles V. So this is a collection of 5 letters, all right, that he wrote to Charles V. This is a book I got. It's called Letters of Cortes, the 5 letters of relation from Fernando Cortes, another name. You might know him as Hernando, but it's actually another way, Fernando Cortes to the Emperor Charles V. Translated and edited with biographical introduction and notes compiled from original sources, all right, original sources by Francis Augustus MacNutt in 2 volumes, all right, and this is in volume 2 that I got here. I got both volumes 1 and 2. We're going to page 177 in this book, and we're going to go down to the part where we're talking about in our video, which is Queen Calafia, right, that lived in a mythical island full of women. All right, so we're in a part of the book with Cortes is telling Charles V, right, that how he's conquering all these provinces, and even though they lost men and they're conquering them one by one, and he's doing so good and all that, right? He says, namely, the province of Allman, Colimante, and Ceguatan. This is in Mexico, all right? He says what he found there, which was rich in gold and pearls, right? Very rich in gold and pearls in Ceguatan. But also that they were bringing back stories from there. All right, so let me just start right here. It says, in his description of these provinces, there was very news of very good port on that coast, which greatly pleased me because they are few. He likewise brought me an account of the chiefs of the province of Ceguatan. All right, from the chiefs, meaning from the aboriginals there. So this is a story from the Indians there, the chiefs, the aboriginals, all right, of that province of Ceguatan, who affirmed to the Spanish, right, that there is an island. There is what? An island inhabited only by women without any men, by women without any men, an island inhabited by women without any men. This is chiefs, aboriginals telling this story to Cortes. So as I'm trying to show you here is that, as you can see, this story didn't start in a romance, in a Spanish romance, all right? So we got to dodge the hijack, all right? It's deeper than that. So we're getting a whole different source here. Now it's a local story, right? And it continues saying, and that at given times, men from the mainland visit them. If they conceive, they keep the female children to which they give birth, but the males they throw away. This island is 10 days' journey from the province, and many of them went thither and saw it, and told me also that it is very rich in pearls and gold. All right, so they're saying it's 10 days from where they are in Mexico, almost central Mexico, 10 days journey. That makes sense to go to California. About 10 days journey. It's not that far. I shall strive to ascertain the truth, and when I'm able to do so, I shall make a full account to your majesty. All right, so that's Cortes again, letting us know that he knew about basically Queen Calafia, because he heard the story from the chiefs in Ceguatan that was passed to him from the Spaniards that were conquering over there. All right, so they already had the scoop. So again, remember, they started writing these romances, right? Montalvo wrote it because he got influenced from, Columbus when he was coming back in the 1490s, right? We already got that earlier, all right? So I just wanted to show you, right, so you can get a clear perspective. We're going to continue to talk about Cortes later on, but all right, I just wanted to show you that the source says it himself, all right? let's go back to the other book. All right, so Cortes letting you know that he didn't get the name California from a romance he read. All right, he would have wrote it right there. I mean, he wouldn't even need to write it because that would have been part of, common knowledge. Charles V would have known that because he would have given him the book and would have told him, go look for this land, right? Even though they did, they knew what they were coming to do and who they're coming to conquer. Again, we already know, right? This was already around since the 1100s up to even 1066 we saw. All right. She was in court kicking their ass, remember? All right. Not taking anything from them. All right. She's giving them a lot of trouble. All right. They had to make laws so they wouldn't let women in court because of her. I remember. Let's not get too lost. All right. So this ain't no romance. All right. They're gonna tell you, yeah, we figured it out. It came out of a fictional romance because they try to say romance is a fiction. They try to throw that suggestion at us. But if you really study the etymology of romance, you really study this. These are all basically inspired by real history. Most of these romances, this is just the way they told the story, right? In a play, so-called Roman, Idumia. Let's not forget in the beginning of the video, we're just talking about Edomites, Roman, Edom. All right. Such was the strange story brought to Mexico from Colima by Gonzalo de Sandoval and transmitted by Cortes to the Emperor Charles V. All right, so this is what Hernando Cortes, was telling Emperor Charles V. All right, who also invaded the Incas. In the latter part of the year 1524, he adds in a footnote, the account is contained in the Carta Cuarta de Relación, dated October 15th, 1524. Continuing in this book, this part says some early charts on which the name California is found. So they basically let you know what maps from the earliest instance had the name California. All right, so all the way in 1541 says there was published in 1770 in Mexico in the Historia de Nueva España by Francisco Antonio Lorenza. Between pages 328 and 329, a map bearing the name of the pilot Domingo del Castillo as maker and inscription as follows. All right. So it says that this history is a reprint of the Cortes letters, and the map given embraced the shores and islands of the Sea of Cortes as examined by the Ulloa, laying down the lower end of the peninsula and the western coast of Lower California, as far north as Ulloa had reached in 1539. All right. So it says upon this map, the name California is placed at the southern extremity of the peninsula. All right, so then it says 1542, and then gives you another story, and then 1543, it says Herrera has a crude chart of a part of the west coast of Mexico, at northward of C, the Fortum, in latitude 43 degrees. The peninsula is named California. All right, 1543. All right, so they're letting you know, they're giving you different examples. There's so many maps, that have the name California. A lot of them look like an island, some don't. But it's been there for a long time, ever since these, very early maps. The name was already there, California. All right, so this book is showing you so many examples. Another one here says the Hinduist map of the world is quite large. Each hemisphere is 4 feet in diameter. On the peninsula is named California. At the extremity, C de California. The title of this map is Novissima Exactissima Tutius Orbus Terrarum Descriptio Magna, Amsterdam, 1618. All right, so again, just so many examples. Continuing the book, the origin and the meaning of the name California. Bernal Diaz is the authority most frequently quoted in reference to the naming of the peninsula. In chapter says CC of his Historia Verdadera de la Conquista de la Nueva España, or the Conquest of New Spain. We have that in English translation. He mentions the name and circumstances of its application by Cortes. In an appendix, we give a few words of his career and standing. That chapter recounts the supreme efforts which Cortes essayed for the discovery of new lands and new islands. His captains failed him, his ships were lost, and finally he fitted out a last armada and took command himself. He determined to fulfill his contract with the most serene Empress, Doña Isabel, of glorious memory. But failure followed failure. He carried his vessel from Tehuantepec to the westward and northward along the coast to the Gulf of California. After a severe trial, Diaz says, he was determined to discover other lands. Then Santa Cruz Island, reported by Jimenez's crew, and by chance came upon California, which is a bay. All right, so they're saying Cortes made it all the way to California. All right, this is again Bernal Diaz. Again, I just want to show you before I continue that this is the book they're talking about. All right, The True History of the Conquest of New Spain by Bernal Diaz del Castillo, one of its conquerors. All right, he was there with Hernando Cortes. All right, this is an English translation of it. I have the original book. I just wanted to show you that. Now back again, so Bernal Diaz is telling us that Cortes made it all the way to California, and that's in that book I just showed you. And in Spanish says, Cortés fue a descubrir otras tierras y entonces toparon con la California, que es una bahía. All right. He remained at this anchorage a long while, then went to New Spain, leaving a colony at the place. His vessels returned and carried back to Natividad all the soldiers and captains. Cortés then ordered Captain Francisco de Ulloa to sail from Natividad on June 15, 1535 to explore the eastern coast of the peninsula and lay it down more thoroughly. From this account, which Diaz must have received from those who were in the expedition, it appears that the name was given to a bay or an anchorage, to the island protecting the anchorage, and lastly to the peninsula. All right. Now they were talking about California. Now it says Herrera mentions the name twice. So we're talking about Antonio Herrera. All right, another Spaniard from that time, who we also have his original Spanish books. He's saying he mentions it twice in his books. All right, the name of California, and he's telling you the part right here in Spanish. All right, and then it says, and about December 15, 1539, Ulloa discovered the Bay of San Abad, now Santa Marina Bay, in latitude 24 degrees 20, the southern entrance to Magdalena Bay, where he had trouble with the Indians and one was killed. He says the Indians could not understand the interpreter, que los castellanos llevaban natural de la isla de California. Herrera charges Preciado with advising Ulloa to kill the Indians, and in the index we find the following statements. Francisco Preciado aconseja a Ulloa en vista a los indios, ¿por qué? Continues, says, during 1535 and 37, Ulloa reconnoitered the eastern coast of the peninsula of California to the Colorado and then southward, thereby establishing the geographic relations of the peninsula and continental coast. In 1539, with the vessel Santa Agueda and Trinidad, he was ordered to reconnoiter the southern extent of the peninsula and then continue northward along the Pacific coast. And continue a little bit down, they're going to quote Antonio Herrera right here in this part. It says, we quote extracts of their reports as given by Herrera. It says, Sunday, on the 2nd day of July, 1542, they found themselves in 24 degrees and more, and recognized the port of Marquez del Valle, Cortes, which is called La Cruz, Santa Cruz, today California, which is on the coast of California. All right, you see that Cortes was right there. And the marginal note is to the same effect, Cabrillo. Now it says, Ferrello says, Sunday, the 2nd day, July 1542, they were delayed in crossing over the Gulf of California by the weather, which was not favorable. Almost 4 days they anchored the following Monday. On the 3rd, the same of the point of California, and were here 2 days, and from this place they reached the port of San Lucas the following Thursday, in latitude 27 degrees. He says, were groves of trees which they had not seen from the point of California. All right, so there's a lot of references to California and the Spanish, the very early Spanish who were going here. Continuing the book, The Origin and the Meaning of the Name of California, Calafia, the Queen of the Island of California. It says here, the first mention of the origin of the name of California in recent years. The first mention we find of the origin of the name California in recent years is made incidentally by George Ticknor in his History of Spanish Literature. He is comparing the style and meagerness of Esplandian with the eloquence and spirit of Amadis, and writes, all reference to real history and real geography was apparently thought inappropriate, as may be inferred from the circumstances that a certain Calafia, Queen of the Island of California, is made a formidable enemy of Christendom through a large part of the story, and that Constantinople is said at one time to have been besieged by 3 millions of heathen. Nor is the style better than the story. The eloquence which is found in many passages of the Amadis is not found at all in Esplandian. On the contrary, Large portions of it are written in a low and meager style, etc. He first published his big history in 1849. We quote from the fourth American edition, 1872, volume 1, on page 244. The second writer who referred to the name California in Las Sergas de Esplandian was Reverend Edward Everett Hale, who presented a paper on the subject to the American Antiquarian Society at the Hall of the American Academy in Boston, April 30th, in 1862. It was printed the same year. He introduces the subject by saying that his attention was accidentally directed a few weeks since to what I think will prove the origin of the name of California, as applied to the peninsula so known. Near the close, he says, the original work is now so rare that I think the copies in the valuable library of Mr. Ticknor are the only ones in Massachusetts. To his invaluable collection and to that kind courtesy which opens it to every student and illustrates it from the treasures of his own studies, am I indebted for all the authorities of value which I am able to cite here. He refers briefly to Venegas, Diaz, and Herrera, further to Father Compoy, Clavijero, Reverend Dean French, Powers, Statue of California, Greenhow, and reaches Las Sergas de Esplandian, gives a short quotation named the Queen and the island, and notes some of the earlier editions of the Romance and of the later Spanish efforts to introduce it to modern Europeans in 1857. This was done more particularly to illustrate the formation of the language of the present time. Before this edition, D. Herbelay, the early French paraphraser, retained the whole story but shifted the locality, but not the Queen, to the river Borysthenes and the Rifan Mountains, and in 1779 the Count de Tresan published a translation which reverend writer criticizes somewhat severely and is in error when he says that the name California is left out in that transfer. See page 563, volume 2 of the translation. Dr. Hale concludes by saying that I furnish no etymology for the word California, but suggest the root caliph as the Spanish spelling for the sovereign of the Mussulman power of the time was in the mind of the author as he invented these Amazon allies to the infidel power. All right, so now we're going to talk in this, this quarterly book from the California Historical Society, the origin and meaning of the name California, Calafia, the Queen of the Island of California, is the name of the article. And this part, we're going to talk about the romances, right? Because they say that they first found this reference in a romance, in a play, like in a book story, all right? So it says, the causes which gave rise to romances. In the earlier centuries of the Christian era, from the inexorable code of the duel among the stronger, arose the principles of chivalry. The leaders throughout Christendom held its demand sacred beyond all other considerations. It was the religion of might and of right as they understood this. When Peter the Hermit arose Europe in the 11th century to recover the Holy Sepulchre from the Turks, the opportunity for the development of chivalry for a high purpose was presented, and tens of thousands enlisted or were forced under the banner of the cross. History has no parallel to the madness that lasted through the two centuries. From this fanatism and frenzy was evolved a reckless spirit of adventure and of enterprise. The religious military orders of Templars, Knights Hospitallers, and St. John of Jerusalem and others were founded for the delivery of the Holy Land from the Turks, and naturally, there arose many religious and military orders or organizations which are represented today. From the exploits of the Crusaders, the knights and kings, real or unreal, there necessarily grew the wonderful, unnatural, impossible romances of which the Round Table of King Arthur and the Paladins of Charlemagne are well-known examples. Traditions were conjured. Amazons created, giants, griffins, and unknown beasts of land, air, and water were brought forth for every emergency. The Terrestrial Paradise was the region to be discovered in the Far East, and the Far East was America. If you keep going east all the way, if you're already in China and you keep going east, where do you end up? That's the farthest east, as they called it back then. In one generation, Spain closed the centuries of warfare against the Moors. She expelled 100,000 of her Jewish population. With peace reigning and industry nearly destroyed, her young nobles sought new fields for enterprise. The daring sea explorations of the Portuguese aroused Spain to the opening of a vast, unknown field for exploitation. Columbus appeared and Isabella saw the discovery of a new world. Then quickly followed the conquest of Mexico, of Central America, of Peru, and the countries of the Amazon and the Orinoco. The ardent soul of Spain was awakened. In 50 years her fleets had passed the Straits of Magallanes, crossed the Pacific and discovered the Philippines. She circumnavigated the globe. Her traffic crossed the Pacific to the Occident, and her discoveries reached nearly to Cape Mendocino. No romance read by her nobles and her people approached the height of such supreme accomplishments. It is not to be marveled that when the romances began to appear, they were seized upon by the people who had little to read save some dry treatises of philosophy or theology. They were to be found everywhere. Edition after edition appeared in different places. The traditions of the days of the Crusades were still recited, and these new romances seemed the verification of the old stories. All right, so they're letting you know, they're trying to let you know the history of these romances, and they're kind of letting you know right here. All right, it's a verification of these old stories that they had. So it was more based on real events. They just maybe added a little bit more, made up some things, but these are based on real stories. All right, verifications of the old stories. Again, they were read, discussed, and were an intellectual enjoyment of the people, high and low. All right, an intellectual enjoyment. All right, so these romances, as you can see, they were not just these stories, plays, or whatever they try to say, because they try to say it's a fable. It's just a romance. But they're letting us know, no, this is basically a verification, these romances of the old stories, right, of real history, and it was basically read, discussed, and were intellectual enjoyment of the people, high and low. All right, that's your own hijack. Their readings was not confined to Spain. The Amadis was translated into French, Italian, Dutch, English, German, and even into Hebrew. Robert Southey translated the Amadis. Tickner says that we have abundant proof that the fanatism for these romances was so great in Spain during the 16th century as to have become matter of alarm to the more judicious. Many of the distinguished contemporary authors speak of the mischiefs, and from different sources we know that many who read the fictions took them for the true histories. The evil, in fact, had become formidable, and the wise began to see it. At last, these romances had been deemed so noxious that in 1553 they were prohibited by law from being printed or sold in the American colonies. And in 1555 the same prohibition, and even the burning of all copies of them extant in Spain itself, was earnestly asked for by Cortes, and this prohibition would have become a law, were it not that the abdication of the emperor the same year stopped action upon it. They're trying to stop these romances, as they call them. You see that in the American colonies. Why in the American colonies? They don't want people reading these things about Queen Calafia. The historian Ticknor's estimate of the romance Amadis de Gaula. He says that in the extraordinary and innumerable family of romances, the Amadis is the poetical head and type. The author certainly had a knowledge of the old French romances, such as that of Saint Graal or Holy Cup, the crowning fiction of the Knights of the Round Table. He then traces the original to Vasco de Lobeira, a Portuguese gentleman attached to the court of John of Portugal. He died in 1403. Our first notice of it from a grave statesman, Ayala, the chronicler and the chancellor of the Castile, who died in 1407. Gomez Ayanes de Surara, keeper of the archives of Portugal in 1454, leaves no substantial doubt that the author of the Amadis of Gaul was Vasco de Lobeira. As Lobeira died in 1403, that carries the date earlier than 1400. The original has been undiscovered. A manuscript copy existed as late as 1750. It is supposed to have been burned in the palace of the Dukes of Arviedo in 1755. The Spanish version was made between 1492 and 1504. Look at that, right when Columbus came. By Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo. Remember, we read that he was inspired by the first Spanish explorers to write that. All right. Why was he inspired? All of a sudden, he wrote about Califia and California. All of a sudden, right? And very probably was printed before 1504. Before 1504, so way after 1492, way after Columbus had done his thing, right? Because Montalvo says in his prologo that both of the Catholic sovereigns were still alive, and it is known that Isabella died in 1504. Montalvo wrote the Esplandian perhaps before he published the Amadis, and introduced it as the fifth Amadis. The purpose of the Amadis was to set forth the character of a perfect knight, so as to illustrate the virtues of courage and chastity as the only proper foundation of such a character. Page 237. The Amadis is admitted by general consent to be the best of all the old romances of chivalry. The Amadis therefore was a work of extraordinary popularity in Spain, and one which during the centuries of its greater favor was more read than any other book in the language. Says here, Bernal Diaz, one of the conquistadores and historian of the exploits of Cortes. All right, so this Amadis that had the story of Califia or Queen Califia, the Amazonian, was very, very popular. It wasn't just any romance in those times, all right? Lima, right? Christian knights. Could this be and meaning of the name California? Calafia, Gaula. All right. So we got this guy, and the time they got to, I guess, Teno. Sorry, I lost my place here. I touched something. Bear with me. Flying all these cities, right? In the lake, near around the lake. Tex, what's up when they encountered, right, the cities in Mexico, and they compared it to the ones in the story. And it must not be wondered if Montes of the Catholic sovereigns were still alive, and it is known that Isabella died in 1504. Montalvo wrote the Esplandian perhaps before he published the Amadis, and introduced to set forth the character of a perfect knight, so as to illustrate the virtues of courage and chastity as the only proper foundation of such a character. Page 237. The Amadis is admitted by general consent to be the best of all the old romances of chivalry. The Amadis therefore was a work of extraordinary popularity in Spain, and one which during the centuries of its greater favor was more read than any other book in the language. Says here, Bernal Diaz, one of the conquistadores and historian of the exploits of Cortes, had read the Amadis, the Gaula. At the time when Cortes with his victorious army was approaching the city of Montezuma, Diaz writes, the discourse with the caciques was finished, and we immediately moved toward the city. The chiefs had brought with them so many people from the surrounding districts to see us that the roads were filled with them. The next morning we reached the broad highway of Iztapalapa, which is straight and level as any that exists in Mexico. There we halted and thence beheld many cities and towns in the water of the lake, and on the firm land were others with multitudes of people. We were seized with admiration and declared they seemed like the castles of enchantment recorded in the book of Amadis de Gaula. All right. So we got this guy, and the time they got to, I guess, Tenochtitlan, all these cities, right, in the lake, near around the lake, Texcoco, right? They saw all these castles and palaces. And they said it's like the castles of enchantment recorded in the book of Amadis. All right? Grand towers, temples, and edifices that seemed to rise from the water. And all these were constructed of stone and mortar. Calicanto. Some of our soldiers said they could not be sure whether they were really seeing this or were dreaming. This is how they were describing when they got here and saw your cities. So, all right, so very important. All right. So when they got here, this is recorded that they said this, okay? Get this, make sure it's clear to you that when they got here, they were like, oh man, we found all these kingdoms from the Amadis. It's right here. And they told you. They don't know if they were dreaming when they got here. All right. And another account, they were so like astonished at how clean it was, how they had clean water, how they had people sweeping the city. They had a lot of workers sweeping the city. You had palaces and castles and kingdoms here. You don't live in teepees or just pyramids. Dodge the hijack. All right. They came and found you in kingdoms. Royal. All right. Royal. Negro. And it must not be wondered that I, on the spot, should describe the scene in this manner, in which I have long pondered. We have beheld unnumbered things that have never been heard or of, never seen, and never dreamed of. Alright? They were so amazed at what they were encountering. Diaz continues his description and devotes chapter and that number right there to El Gran Solemn Recibimiento. Alright, so he goes on. So Diaz is letting you know what's up when they encountered, right, the cities in Mexico, and they compared it to the ones in the story and the romance, because that romance is coming from a real story. They were talking about this part of the world, all right? All right, so we continue in the scholarly journal from the California Historical Society. On the article they wrote, the origin and meaning of the name California, Calafia, the Queen of the island of California. Title page of Las Cerdas. All right, so we're in this part of the book, which is called the mythical Amazons, the Griffins in the Terrestrial Paradise, or the Garden of Eden, right? Ancient medals and monuments represent the Amazons in warlike costume. They used bows and arrows, javelins, and axes of peculiar shape, and bucklers in the form of a half moon. They are said to have founded an empire along the south and east coast of the Black Sea, with their principal seat on the river Termadon, which empties near the southernmost part of the sea. Alright, so now what they're reading is the story of the Greeks, how they talk about the ancient Amazonian women fighters, right? Like we all know Sheena, that old show, TV show, Sheena or Sina, alright? Homer relates that when Priam was encamped with the Phrygians of the banks of the Sangarius, the Amazons, equal to men, joined them. Their queen, Penthesilea, who invented the battle axe, aided in the defense of Troy. Herodotus particularly describes the battle fought between the Greeks and the Amazons on the Termadon, with their defeat and being carried into captivity. So with their defeat, so the Greeks beat the Amazons. All right, very important. Now remember we read how Queen Sheba, right, helped the so-called Arabs, right, or Muslims, Turks, against the Christian knights, right? Christian knights. Could this be the same thing? Could that play be talking about this? And could these Amazons be from America? All right, because remember, this is the true old world. Diodorus Siculus says there was a nation living on the Termadon that was governed by women, who managed all military affairs. He also mentions another race of Amazons who dwelt in Africa, and that they were of greater antiquity than those on the Termadon. Plutarch, in his life of Theseus, treats of the Amazons and considers the accounts which have been preserved of them as partly fabulous and partly true. In his life of Pompey, he locates them in the Caucasus and on the Termadon. Quintus Curtius details the visit of Queen Talestris of the Amazons to Alexander the Great. Alright, so again, a visit of Queen Talestris to Alexander the Great. It is mentioned by other authorities, and Justin says it required a 25-day march. This fable of the Amazon survived classical antiquity and came down through the centuries to the days of chivalry and romance. But we need only refer to the first letter of Columbus to be satisfied that the early navigators brought the fables to the Western world and cultivated them on the new soil. Francisco de Orellana's chronicler, the Dominican Fray Gaspar de Carvajal, transplanted the fable to regions of the Amazon River in the wild search for El Hombre Dorado, or the Golden Man. Not El Dorado, like a place. It actually was a person bathed in gold. The shining one or the golden one. In 1522, Cortes sent Gonzalo de Sandoval to succor Cristobal de Olid, who had gone to Colima. And from him we have the report of a very rich island, peopled with Amazons, 10 days' journey from Colima. This legend appears in the fourth letter of Cortes to the Emperor Carlos V, dated October 15th, 1524. I reporting women warriors, an island of women warriors in America. That's what he's saying. In 1529, a large expedition left Mexico to continue the discoveries of Olid and Sandoval, but especially to reach the island. In the Historia de Nueva España, escrita por su esclarecido conquistador Hernán Cortés, aumentada con otros documentos, all right, augmented with other documents. So they're talking about this book that Hernán Cortés wrote. All right. So as this story is given in detail, as a matter of history, it eventually killed the legend of the Amazons. All right. So we read that earlier, how Hernán Cortés mentions the island of California peopled by women warriors. So it killed the fact, like it debunked that it was a legend, is basically what he's saying. Eventually killed the legend of Amazon as a matter of history. Alright, this was in detail as a matter of history. It eventually killed the legend of the Amazon. The legend. It was real. Alright? Alright, so Cortes killed the legend when he wrote to Charles V saying that, hey, there's an island here with Amazonian women. He confirmed the legend and killed it. All right, he made it a matter of history. Okay, a matter of history. If you haven't seen my Black Panther Wakanda video, I get into the whole Amazonian part, because you know how they try to say it started over there, the women warriors, but no, that was in the 1600s. The Spaniards, as soon as they got here, all over, not just in California, but in the Caribbean and South America, especially in the Amazon region. We're not getting this right now here, but there's so many accounts of warrior women there as well. In the island of Martinique, Columbus says was full of women. All right, these are accounts that are recorded. All right, so it's a matter of history. All right, so when the Greeks talking about Amazonians, the Greeks were always referring to their favorite place, America or Western Ethiopia or Atlantis. All right. Find a unique illustration of the persistence of the belief in Dorado's chart of the coast of Mexico and California under date of 1580 in the country east of La Mar Vermella or Vermilion Sea. And they put Gulf of California, but remember we did the translation. Some of my past videos, Vermilion means red. Red Sea. There are 3 groups of 2 Amazons in each, armed with bows and seeking game. The figures are drawn over 1 inch in height in purest naturalibus. All right, so they depicted that in 1580. All right, Amazonian warrior women. All right, in the Gulf of California, the Red Sea. There are also 2 caballeros on horseback armed with long spears, and one of them is attacking a masama. In other places are spotted there. The belief in the Amazons was not confined to the conquerors of Mexico. It preceded their advent and was extended to both the Americas. It says Columbus heard of the Amazons on his first voyage. In his letter of March 4, 1493, and speaking of the Caribs, he says, they are the same who have intercourse with the women on the first island, which is found on the voyage from Spain to the Indies, on which no men live. These do not follow any womanly occupations, but use bows and arrows of cane, like those mentioned above, and cover, and arm themselves with brazen plates, of which they have many. Alright, and you know, we have this account in past videos. I've read from the actual book where it says that Columbus said this. Alright, he says there was an island, I believe it was Martinique, the island of Martinique in the Caribbean. Alright, had women warriors, they had brazen plates, they fought bows and arrows. It was mostly women. So there was groups of these, seems like there was groups of these Amazons everywhere in the Americas. All right, and also in that video I show other accounts from South America, from other Spaniards, other books. All right, So it correlates. This is this work right here, this book, they did their research, all right? This article we're reading right now. All right, it says the legend of the Amazons was unquestionably domiciled upon the American continent by the Spaniards and was suggested by imperfectly understood accounts of distant tribes given by the natives, to whose words the Spaniards were not inattentive. The legend appears first in the fourth letter of Cortes to the Emperor Carlos V or Charles V, dated October 15th, 1524. And among the reports which he, Gonzalo Sandoval, brought from that province, Colima, was an account of a very good harbor, a Puerto Escondido or a hidden harbor, Acapulco, in question marks, which was found on that coast. And also he told me of the lords of the province of Guatang, that many of them asserted there was an island inhabited only by women, without any grown man among them, and that from time to time men went out to them from the mainland. When they bore daughters, they kept them, but the sons were put away. This island is 10 days' distance from the province, and many of the principal men had gone there from the province and had seen them. I was also told they were rich in pearls and gold. All right, page 114. This is from Hernan Cortes' own words to Charles V, all right, his boy. All right. And he's clearly telling you, all right, because this matches basically, we already read the story of Queen Calafia, right? How they would only keep the baby, the female children, and they say they would kill the males, throw them in the water, feed them to the griffins, all right? So this story that Cortes got from the Aborigines, the people he met in Mexico, telling him, you know, that there was an island of women, matches exactly with what the Queen Calafia story in Esplandian's so-called romance Spanish, book or whatever. All right. Now continuing, it says, on the 20th of December 1529, Nuno Beltran de Guzman, at the head of a large Spanish squadron, and more than 8,000 Indians left the city of Mexico for the purpose of continuing the discoveries begun by Sandoval for Cortes in the northwest. His march was directed first toward Michoacan, but its ultimate goal was the gold-rich and pearl-bearing island of the fabulous Amazons. Page 119, Venegas. All right, we got these books to verify all this info. All right, make sure, let me know if you got sound, all right? The expedition was a bitter disappointment. Sandoval had brought the story of the Amazons from Cihuatlan in the present state of Sinaloa, but instead of the island on which he had placed the soldiery women, Guzman was shown only a few insignificant villages. He found them, however, exclusively inhabited by women and children, for the men had fled to the mountains. The legend of the Amazons was thus resolved into those mistakes sure to arise at that time on the first contact of Europeans with natives whose language they could not understand. No trace was found of gold, pearls, or treasures of any kind. The story of the Amazon ceases from this time to be of any significance in the history of discovery in northern half of America. Page 122. It may be added that the habitat of the Amazons extended to South America, in fact over nearly the whole region where the early Spanish adventurers and discoverers forged their way. In the northern regions of South America, there was a wonderful amount of energy wasted in the search for El Hombre Dorado, or the Gilded Man, and we quote from page 64. The fable of the Amazons survived from classical antiquity as one of the cycle of myths that were credited or held possible. In Francisco de Orellana's chronicles, the Dominican Fray Gaspar de Carvajal transplanted into the banks of the great South American river. This arose from a simple statement that below the mouth of the Rio Negro, women took part in the fighting against the Spaniards. Another statement was an account by a captive Indian of a tribe of Amazons, rich in gold, living north of the river. The Amazon River henceforth formed the southern boundary of the mythical region, within which El Hombre Dorado could still find a place. All right, so now it says the griffins of the romances. All right, so the griffin is seen on ancient medals, and the chariot of the sun was drawn by these imaginary animals. with the head and wings of the eagle and the body and legs of the lion. They represent strength and activity, having been adopted by the Greeks and the Romans in ornamental architecture. They became a common representation of the marvelous to writers of the romances, and the belief in their existence comes down to a very late day. The griffins of Queen Calafia play a very picturesque but unfortunate part in her assault upon the walls of Constantinople. Berzelius 1647 says of the western coast of North America, chains of mountains stretch along the coast, horrifying by their sharpness and steepness to their very peaks. Wonderful numbers of wild animals abound among their fastnesses. People tell that in the forest the griffs or griffins are found, and this is not a fable, but the truth. All right, you see, that was written by Berzelius in 1647. What are these griffins? Along this coast is located the land of California. We continue in Scholarly Journal, the origin and the meaning of the name California. Calafia, the queen of the island of California. It says the Terrestrial Paradise. The earlier peoples of Europe discussed the location of the Garden of Eden. Among other surmises, it was imagined to be upon a high mountain area overlooking the greater part or all of the earth, and that from it flowed the four large rivers of the world, the Ganges, the Tigris and Euphrates, and the Nile. Sir John Mandeville, who went to the east in 1322, says, on page 7, and beyond the land and isles and deserts of Prester John's lordship. Prester John, is John Mandeville the same as Prester John? Prester John, alright, his lands and isles, his islands and lands of his lordship, Prester, the priest king, Juan Khan, John, Wang. There is the dark region, which lasts from this coast until Terrestrial Paradise, where Adam, our first father, and Eve were put. What are we talking about? America? The wise men say that the Terrestrial Paradise is the highest place of the earth, and it is so high that it nearly touches the circle of the moon as she makes her turn. Nearly touches the moon. How is that possible? And are we talking about giant trees? Are ancient giant trees? Are we talking about Mount Roraima? The stump of a tree? They say this was paradise, all the fruits. The Indian legends of Mount Roraima says this was a tree that was cut down. All right. In 1798, Columbus, on his third voyage, discovered the island he named Trinidad, off the delta of the river Orinoco, in latitude 10.5 degrees north. He sailed around it through the Gulf of Paria, and through the Dragon's Mouth, Griffin's Mouth, having the island and the mainland in view. He continued west along the continental shore, Venezuela, as far as Margarita Island. He believed that he had discovered so great a protuberance of the Earth's surface that he believed our globe to be pear-shaped. All right, so Columbus wrote this. He thought the Earth was like pear-shaped, and the very top of it, or where it was in America, South America. All right, and in his letter to the king, quoted scripture about the earthly paradise, the area in which the four great rivers had their source. He could find no Roman or Greek authority for its location, nor had he seen it on any map, but he had learned that all the learned theologians had fixed it in the east. We're talking about the true east, the far east. We're talking about if you go to the true east, all right, if you go from China east, where you get, and if you flip the map east, where you go? You go in America. He is satisfied that the earthly paradise is near the equinoctial line, that it can never be reached except by special providence. The blankness of the climate, the immense volume of fresh water coming from many large rivers, the opinions of holy and wise theologians conspired to satisfy him that the terrestrial paradise is situated at the spot I have described. Columbus evidently believed he had reached the land of India, where the Garden of Eden had been indefinitely located. He knew he was in the real India, the farthest India. All right, he knew this was the Garden of Eden. He wrote this. I've shown this in other videos. And from his own words, he wrote this in his journals. When he reached South America, he couldn't believe the amount of water that was coming out of the Orinoco River. He said, this has to be coming from the earthly paradise, a terrestrial paradise, the Garden of Eden. All right, and we know the Orinoco, Amazon, a lot of these, most of it originates in Mount Roraima. All right. All right, so we continue in the article, the origin and the meaning of the name California, Calafia the Queen, and of the island of California. So this part right here is called the origin and meaning of the names California and Califia and associated names in Las Sergas de la Esplandian and Almadis de Gaula. All right, so we already got this drop, so let's see their take on it. So as a condensation of the title of Las Sergas is El Ramo que de los 4 libros de Amadis de Gala sale, llamado Las Sergas del muy esforzado caballero Esplandian, hijo del excelente rey Amadis de Gala. And the edition of 1510 was generally attributed to Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo. The expanded explanation of the title announces that it was written in Greek by the Gran Maestro Elisabat, who saw and took part in what he relates. All right. To keep up the illusion of this romance having been written in Greek, there are several proper names of persons and places introduced in this and in the earlier romance, Amadis de Gaula. The base word of these names is the Greek kalos, meaning beauty. Kalos. The Greek dictionary states that the form kali is compound words, gives the idea of beautiful to simple word, or is like a mere adjective with its substantive. Numerous examples are given as kalikeros, with beautiful horns, kalinikos, with glorious victory, Calliope, the beautiful voiced, Caliphilos, with beautiful leaves. The Grand Master Elisabat was simply following the highest authority, where he find Paris ending his address to Hector. May you inhabit the very fertile Troy, but let the Greeks return to horse feeding. Argos and Achaea abounding in beautiful women. With this short exhibit, we propose the following explanation for the construction of the names which Elizabeth has given to his heroine, her island, and to other persons and places. 1. Calafia, the queen of the island of California. From beautiful and file, a female friend, or more probably from Califus, of beautiful and noble stature. La muy esforzada reina Calafia, señora de la gran isla California, donde grande de abundancia el oro y las preciosas piedras decrían. Of beautiful growth and shape was the Queen of California, who gave such unexpected and marvelous succor to the Turks against the Christians who were defending Constantinople. She was of majestic proportions, more beautiful than all other women, and in the full flush and vigor of her womanhood. The name Calafia is introduced 17 times. It says here too, California, from Kalos, beauty, or Kali, beautiful, and Ophus, ornos, a bird. In this island are many griffins, which can be found in no other part of the world. No other part of the world. The queen took 500 of these griffins to assist in the capture of Constantinople. The name of this island is introduced 10 times and is vaguely described and located, as we shall show by quotations. The double of the Greeks has a value different from the double L of the Spanish and is best represented by a single L, although some of the Muncian manuscript charts have a double L. The letter F is introduced by Penthesis for the sake of euphony. 3. Calafera, the name of an island, the lord of which was Gargalante, from Cali, beautiful, and Pharaoh, to bear along with the sense of motion, or more likely, plural, Pheres, the centaurs. This name is used but once. A further account of this island is given later. Califan, or a beautiful villa or town belonging to Barcinon, lord of Sansueña, from Cali, beautiful, and Phanos, bright. Califan. This name is used twice in the Amadis de Gaula, and then says 5. Califeno el Soberbio, Califeno the Superb. One of the 40 bravest caballeros, from Cali beautiful and Fino to slay. Soberbio the Superb, proud, haughty, arrogant. The name and designation are used once. Later on, we have suggested that the name of Calafia's sister, Leota, who defended her with lion-like fierceness, was derived from the Greek. Does sound Greek, Leota. All right. Now continue says. Translations from Las Sergas concerning the island of California and Calafia, the queen thereof. And it says Garlante, the lord of Calafia. Concerning Esplandian and the other caballeros who went in the ship of La Gran Serpiente, or the Great Serpent, the ship of the Great Serpent, who had great desire to visit Urganda, La Desconocida, the unknown, who since having spoken about many things at the village of Galatia, sailed with them. Let us go, said Urlanda, to the village and leave in this small vessel my maidens and my dwarfs, and send at once for Norando. There is no reason why this voyage should be made without so good a caballero or a knight. And I will bring to you your best friend, the king of Dacia, whom I found wounded after a combat which he had with Garlante, the lord of the island of Calafia, because he sought to seize 2 maidens whom he had with him in his ship. Then the king, as a good caballero, fought with him, and notwithstanding the great risk to his life, he finally overcame him and was prepared to decapitate him, when he pleaded for mercy and begged to have his life spared. The king pardoned him and made him swear that he would never use the knighthood in any other manner than what he commanded. Queen Calafia at the defense of Constantinople. Concerning the spontaneous and unexpected succor which the Queen Calafia rendered in favor of the Turks at the harbor of Constantinople, I wish that you should know now of a matter so very strange that neither in writings nor from the memory of people is it possible to discover how on the following day the city was on the point of being lost, and how in that moment of peril it was saved. Alright, so they were about to lose, but then it was saved. Now ye that at the right hand of the Indies there is an island named California. Alright, know ye. Alright, so this part is Queen Calafia at the defense of Constantinople. This is the part that we got before, the story that was translated about her part and where she lies in the Indies and, you know, the Terrestrial Paradise and all that. So let's just real quick read it again. Know ye that at the right hand of the Indies there is an island named California, very close to that part of the Terrestrial Paradise, just like Columbus said, right? Columbus said it's in South America, right? Which was inhabited by black women. What? Yes, California inhabited by black women without a single man among them, and that they lived in the manner of the Amazons. All right, so remember we just read the accounts of Cihuatlan that Cortes had, matches the same as this story in the Esplandian. All right, they were robust of body with strong and passionate hearts and great virtues. The island itself is one of the wildest in the world on account of the bold and craggy rocks. Their weapons were all made of gold, and also the trappings of their wild animals with which they made their forays after being domesticated. Alright, they're talking about the griffins. And remember, we have the original Esplandian from 1510. Alright, I showed you that earlier. The island everywhere abounds with gold and precious stones, and upon it no other metal was found. They lived in caves well excavated. They had many ships with which they sailed to other coasts to make forays. The men whom they took as prisoners they killed in the manner to be hereafter described. In this island named California there are many griffins on account of the great ruggedness of the country, which was infested with wild animals. In no other part of the world can they be found. Whether a man came to this island he was promptly killed and eaten. From the time when those grand men of the pagans departed with their great fleets, as recorded in history, There ruled over that island of California a queen of majestic proportions, more beautiful than all others, and in the very vigor of her womanhood. She was desirous of accomplishing great deeds. She was valiant and courageous, and ardent with a brave heart, and had ambitions to execute nobler actions than had been performed by any other ruler. She listened to what her others related, how the larger part of the world expressed themselves against the Christians, and did not understand what Christians were, because she obtained her information not directly from other countries, but from the reports of neighboring islands. Oh, you see that's pretty deep right there. So she just went to war and helped the Turks or the Muslims and Arabs because she didn't know who these Christians, so-called Christians, was. Like she said, she didn't know anything about or understand what Christians were. What is a Christian? All right, so she was just being influenced by neighboring islands. Anxious to see the world and the peoples of other islands, and believing that with their great fortitude and heroism, everything could be safely gained. Step by step, she addressed her women and declared she would give them her full support, and that it would be best for them to go in her large ships, following that route which the grand princes and the great men had taken. She animated and encouraged them by narrating the high honors and many advantages that would accrue to them from such a voyage. Above all, she pictured the undying fame which the whole world would accord to them, and contrasted these glories with the quiet life on this island, where they did nothing but what their ancestors did, where they would continue to live in a tomb like walking ghosts, and the present and the future would pass without fame or glory, as with brute animals. It almost sounds like the story of Wonder Woman, right? How she wanted to leave, and So many things were instilled into them by this noble Queen Calafia, that she not only moved them to consent to her proposition, but they made immediate preparation for the voyage, because they would so much the sooner meet those great personages. So she was persuaded to join in this war battle, right, against the so-called Christians with the Turks, right? So she's going to get to know the world, supposedly, in the story, right? So it says, the queen with the good disposition which marked her life, without more delay, ordered the fleet to be provisioned, everything necessary to be put on board, with all the golden arms, and gave particular orders to have the largest vessel fitted as a vast cage with large wooden gratings, wherein to confine 500 griffins, which I have already told you were fed upon the men captured in battle. And she carried also the animals which they were to ride in the forays, and selected the best women and those best armed for service in the fleet, leaving on the island only those that were necessary for its protection. Her preparations were so quickly executed that the fleet put to sea and opportunely arrived at the rendezvous of the pagan fleet the night of the great battle, as I shall relate. Great joy and harmony pervaded the fleets, and very soon the queen's vessels were visited by the great personages, who complimented her and her companions very highly. She was very anxious to learn how the contest stood, and to learn all the details up to the time of her arrival. After learning which, she said, "You have fought bravely in endeavoring to take the city with your large numbers, and although you have failed, yet with my forces I wish on the morrow to show you that their power will suffice to overcome the enemy. If you will accept my advice." Then all the great commanders begged her to state the plans she proposed to effect the conquest. She answered, "At once issue orders to all your captains that tomorrow they shall not move, nor shall you leave your camp quarters until I give the order, and you shall see a battle, the strangest ever seen and never before dreamed of." This was promptly made known to the Grand Sultan of Ligua and to the Sultan of Jalapa, who had command of the army in the field, and by these made known to the troops, who all wondered what could cause so great a change through that queen. All right, so they were, I guess, loosened, and they asked her, what's the game plan, right? The Turks or the Muslims, right? They asked them, what's the game plan? And she said, don't worry, it's going to be a strange battle that you've never seen before. And then says, as the night rolled by and the day broke, the Queen Calafia landed from her vessel. She and her Amazons were well armed with weapons of gold, all covered with the most precious stones that are found on the island of California in great abundance. And she ordered that one of the doors of the large cages that contained the griffins should be opened. The animals came forth in a wild scramble, and seeing the land around them, they flew up in the air with apparent delight. And soon they espied many people walking about. They were very hungry, and being without fear, they each seized a man, and carrying them to the housetops and high places, they began to eat them. Many arrows were shot at them, and they received heavy blows from the lances and swords, but their feathers were so quick and strong that their flesh was never hurt. This was the most uncommon but satisfactory hunting that had ever been witnessed. When the Turks saw the griffins carrying their enemies through the air, they gave vent to the loudest exclamations of rejoicing that reached the very heavens. But it was very sad and most painful to those in the city who were unable to bear it. When the father saw carried away the son, the father, the brother, and their floods of tears, their wailings, and their furious actions excited the greatest compassion. After the griffins had sailed through the air for some time and had dropped their prey, they descended to the ground and to the sea at their starting point, and without any sign of fear seized many others, at which their people were doubly rejoiced, and the Christians cast down in the greatest grief. What shall I say? The fear upon those on the walls was so great that had it not been possible for some of them to conceal themselves under the arches of the towers which afforded protection, all the others having disappeared, there would have been no one left to defend them. When this was seen by Queen Calafia, she commanded in a loud voice the officers to order their men to the walls with the scaling ladders and capture the city by assault. Then all rushed forwards with the greatest alacrity, fixed their ladders and scaled the walls. The griffins, which had already dropped their captives, saw the soldiers making the assault, and not knowing friends from foe, seized the Turks in the same manner that they had seized the Christians, and soaring high in the air with them, let them drop to the earth, and thus killed every one of them. So the griffins, the plan backfired because they started attacking the Turks too. You see that? Alright, so they almost had the city, they were about to win, Queen Calafia and the Turks and all that against the so-called Christians, right? Constantinople. And then, the griffins went out of control. She couldn't control and started killing her army. Joy was changed to tribulation. Those on the one side exhibited the deepest sorrow, and those within the walls, seeing their enemies seize of the walls, experienced much joy. At this time, those Turks who were on the ramparts were terrified and expected to be destroyed by the griffins, as their comrades had been. The Christians sailed from the arches, and in very short time killed many of the Turks who were between the walls and the houses, and made the others come down, and again retreated to the arches when they saw the griffins flying toward them. When this was seen by Queen Calafia, she was sad in a grand manner and exclaimed, "My idols, in whom I believe and whom I adore, what is this that make my coming as favorable to my enemies as to my friends? I believe that with your support and with the complete preparations which I have made, we shall destroy the enemy. This trouble must stop here." And then she gave orders to her Amazons to bring the scaling ladders and assault the towers, kill all those who should be captured, and secure the griffins. To obey and execute the command of their queen, they quickly dismounted and placed over their bosoms half the skull of a fish, while their bodies were covered so strongly that no weapons could pierce them. The armor of their bodies and arms and legs was of gold, as I have already described. They marched rapidly towards the walls, placed the scaling ladders, and mounted with great agility. From the walls they commenced to fight with the enemy under the protection of the arches. But when attacked at close quarters, with the gates so small, the latter defended themselves bravely. But those of the city who were under the protection of the walls wounded some of the Amazons with their arrows and lances, and thus the women were attacked on both sides and found their arms of gold were weak. The griffins were hovering overhead without having been noticed, so that when the Queen Calafia saw this, she said to the officers, "Order your soldiers to the walls that my soldiers may defend and protect my birds from attack." Very soon the sultans ordered some of their soldiers to scale the wall and hold them in the towers, because by night all the army would support them, and the city would be stormed. Coming from their encampment at a quick pace, they climbed upon the wall where the women could fight, and very soon some griffins saw them and became so furious that during the day they managed to seize some of the soldiers. The women attacked the birds with their knives, caring nothing of their wild nature, but the griffins would at times seize a soldier by force, and flying high with their prey let him fall to his death. The fright of the Turks was extremely great, and many who were scaling the walls became so terrified that they gave up the attempt and retreated to the encampment. The queen, who saw them skedaddle, utterly demoralized, sent for the women on the vessel who had charge of the griffins to call the birds off and lock them in their cages. These women, hearing the command of the queen, climbed high on the ship, and in their language with a loud voice called them back. And as if they were human beings, they all went on board and obediently went into their cages. And it says here, and like Calafia, with the sword in her hand, she did much damage with her Amazons, where a lot of people died, faithful and unfaithful and pagan. The queen imagined that the sultans had doubts of the value of her assistance, which she was determined to wipe out. So at her request, they ordered the army to make a vigorous attack upon the walls, while her fleet was attacking the city by water. The attack upon the walls was repulsed, and those who had scaled them were thrown down. When Calafia saw this repulsed, she rushed with the Amazons upon the principal gate, Aquileña, which was guarded by Norandel, the half-brother of Amadis. She advanced rapidly before the others, and he came forth to meet her. Both met in full career with such force that each lance was broken upon the other's shield, but neither was unhorsed. Norandel drew his sword and Calafia her large knife, un gran cuchillo, and they fought so desperately that the Amazons and the Christians came to the support of their chiefs, and a general battle was on. The narrator Elizabeth was there and declares that the deeds which the queen did in arms, such as slaying knights and unhorsing them wounded, how she rushed upon her enemies so audaciously that no one would have believed or dreamed any woman abounded with so great prowess. You hear this Greek guy describing what Queen Calafia was doing? Sounds like Wonder Woman to me. And although she fought with so many proud and arrogant knights, and no one passing her without giving her very heavy and vicious blows, yet she received them all harmlessly upon her very hard and strong shield. When two of the knights, Talenque and Maneli, saw what wonders the queen, Wonder Woman, wonders the queen was doing, Wonder Woman, right? Amazonian, right? Now you get where they get the story from, right? Queen Calafia was doing, they attacked her with the greatest fury, as if they considered her absolutely insane. Seeing such an ungallant attack, the queen's sister Lyota rushed to her defense like a wild lioness and fought the caballeros so mortally that to the loss of their honor they were compelled to withdraw. At this time the people of the fleets had the advantage, and had it not been for the mercy of God, the city would have been taken. The armies fought cruelly until nearly dark, and 10 of the valiant cruzados had been killed in defending the gates. Both armies retired, and Queen Calafia went to her fleet as her headquarters. After these discomfitures, the Queen Calafia was yet more anxious to obtain glory and fame, if personal fighting would bring such comfort. So she joined the Sultan of Ligua in sending a challenge to Amadis and Esplandian. Radiaro, Sultan of Ligua, shield and bulwark of the Turkish law, destroyer of the Christians, cruel enemy of the enemies of the gods, and the very mighty Queen Calafia, Senora of the great island of California, celebrated for its great abundance of gold and the precious stones, do herewith declare to you, Amadis de Gala, King of Great Britain, and to your son, Knight of the Great Serpent, that we have voluntarily come to these parts to destroy the city of Constantinople for the injuries and losses which the highly honored King Aramato of Persia, our brother and friend, had received from this wicked emperor, giving him favor and aid because of his dominion had been seized by the fraudulent means. They announced their desire to gain fame, to have a fair combat before the assembled armies, the conquered, to submit to the will of the conquerors, and intimate that if the challenge do not accept, the queen and her friends will count all the past glories of Amadis and Esplandian as belonging to the challengers. A doncella negra y hermosa, richly attired and mounted upon a fiery horse, talking about beautiful black or Negro woman on a horse, upon a fiery horse, carried this challenge, a fiery horse. She was riding a fiery horse to the king and his son, who showed much courtesy to the doncella. After a very short consultation of the leaders, King Amadis sent an acceptance, which permitted the challengers to use such arms as they thought proper. When the negra hermosa, or the beautiful dark-skinned woman, returned, to the queen to report. She declared that all the Christian chieftains were beautiful, but the Knight of the Serpent exceeded any human being in majesty and beauty. This so inflamed the queen that she decided to go alone to the headquarters of the enemy to see and talk with Esplandian. She worried all night whether to go armed or to appear simply as a woman. She decided on the latter course, and in the morning dressed herself in the richest robes covered with gold and precious stones. The animal which she rode never had a counterpart, except in the imagination of Elizabeth or Dorry. They brought it out, and she mounted and set forth upon an animal more marvelous than had ever been seen. What was this animal? It had ears shaped like two oval shields. In the broad forehead was fixed but one eye that shone as a mirror. The openings of the nostrils were very large, his beak short and quite blunt, so that nobody could break it. From its mouth 2 tusks stood up, each more than 2 palms in length. The color of the body was golden, and was covered with many violet spots, as those on the ounce. It was larger than a dromedary, and it had its hoofs cloven like an ox. It ran as swiftly as the wind and leaped lightly among the craggy rocks, holding itself erect in any place, as well as a mountain goat. Its food was dates, figs, and raisins, nothing else. She was very beautiful, hind quarters, flank, and fore quarters. The queen had 20 of her most beautiful maids with her, mounted and having trains for their arms, length trailing on the ground, and had 2,000 following. She saw the emperor and all the kings. She was struck with the beauty of Esplandian, and proposed to test his courage in a combat where she would confront Amadis, his father. If she and the Sultan conquered, she proposed to have a private talk with the Knight of the Great Serpent. In due time, the terms were amicably arranged. The armies were drawn up opposite to each other, and the combat took place between them. Alright, so it seems like they were like sweating this Esplandian guy, right? So it says, the King Amadis and Esplandian, being both armed in expectation of the coming of the Grand Radiaro, Sultan of Ligua, and of Calafia, the Queen of California, waited but a short time. When they saw them approaching, prepared for the combat. All the staff of the leaders were present, and the people from the city. The walls and towers were covered with people. The emperor was present near the scene and close to the wall. He commanded his daughter, the beautiful Leonorina, attended by her duennas and maids of honor, to occupy one of the towers, that they might be able to see what her caballero would do. All on both sides were armed, lest they might be betrayed and thus lose their rights. The King Amadis and his son Esplandian were mounted upon handsome horses, and bearing their shields, helmets, and lances, marched slowly before the beholders, and presented such a splendid appearance that every one was struck with astonishment at the wonderful sight. So who were these Amadis, Gala, and Esplandian? Are we talking about King David and Solomon? Are we talking about King David and Solomon? The Sultan exclaimed in a loud voice, "Caballeros, does it please you to discuss this matter before we begin the combat?" Amadis did not respond until he had come close to them, when he said, "Sultan, what do you wish?" "That which I ask," said he, "is that whoever is overcome is not dead, shall be prisoner, and taken by the victor without shackles." "I agree to your proposition," said Amadis. "Well, then," announced the Sultan, "let the combat begin." They separated a short space, and the combat began. The Sultan encountered Esplandian on the shield with a great blow, and a piece of the lance passed him within an arm's length. But everyone thought it had pierced his body, but it was not so, for the lance passed between the arm and the body without touching either. And Esplandian, looking towards his beloved wife, struck the Sultan's shield, and the iron passing through turned its point on his armor. He was brought up so abruptly by the force of the encounter that he was thrown from his saddle to the ground. He raised his helmet, and looking extremely handsome, passed by as if he had received no injury. The queen then advanced toward Amadis, and he moved forward to meet her. Before the encounter, she turned the butt end of her lance to the front and struck his shield in that manner with such force that the lance was broken to pieces, and that of the Maris missed the queen, and they crashed together so furiously with their shields that by the great force of the collision the queen was stunned and fell to the ground, and Amadis, with the head of his horse split in twain, fell with one of his legs under his body. When his son Esplandian saw this, he leaped from his horse to the succor of his father in that dangerous position. In the meanwhile, the queen, recovering herself, put her hand on her sword and joined the Sultan, notwithstanding the extreme pain she suffered from the fall. And with her helmet on and sword in hand, she very bravely renewed the assault. And Esplandian, standing in full view of the adorable princess, whom he loved more than the queen, gave so many hard blows to the Sultan, who was losing the field, although he was one of the bravest among the pagans, and by his prowess had gained many great battles from his dexterity in the arts of war, but was now so disheartened because his blows seemed to have no force, that he was losing the battle. The queen and Amadis now confronted each other, and she began to deal him very heavy blows, from he received on his shield. Others he avoided, and as he would not put his hands upon his sword, he seized a piece of her broken lance and struck her such heavy blow on the helmet that in a short time she was stunned and fell to the ground. When she saw this, she exclaimed, "How is it, Amadis, that you think so little of my courage, that you try to conquer me with a club?" And he answered, "Queen, I have always been accustomed to serve and succor women, but you have taken up arms, and you deserve to lose everything you ever gained." Then the queen said to him, "In what relation do you hold me? Now take the consequences." And swinging her sword with both hands, she struck at him with mighty rage. Amadis raised his shield, and on it receiving the blow which was given with such terrific force that the shield was broken in two pieces, and one of which fell to the ground. And when he saw that she pressed him so closely, he shifted the broken lance to his left hand, grasped the rim of her shield with his right, and pulled her with so much force that he broke the strong cords with which it was fastened to her arm. He tore it from her, and holding it with one hand, he forced her down with one knee upon the ground, from which he rose so quickly that Amadis had to throw away his half shield, seized the other part, and grasping the club stood before her and demanded, "Queen, yield as my prisoner now that your sultan has been conquered." She turned her head, and seeing that Esplandian had subdued the sultan and held him as his prisoner, said, "I beg to try my fortune once more." Then she raised her sword with both hands above her head and attempted to strike the crest of his helmet, believing she could cleave his head in two, but Amadis was very agile and sidestepped so that the blow was averted. Then he dealt her with the fragment of his lance, such a vigorous blow upon the crest of her helmet that it stunned her, and the sword fell from her hands. Amadis seized it, and as he saw her thus disabled, he tugged her at her helmet so viciously that he tore it from her head and exclaimed, "Will you be my prisoner now?" "Yes," she said, "there is nothing else for me to do." We need not continue the long drawn-out story except to say that at this point Esplandian brought the Sultan forward, and the four combatants moved on to the royal encampment. The prisoners were given to the Infanta Leonorina. Queen Calafia of California praised the handsome Esplandian to her face, and unblushingly exalted that of the Infanta. Compliments were exchanged, of course. Calafia fell in love with Esplandian, but did not make it known. However, when he was married to the Infanta, the queen unburdened her heart to him as the new emperor, who gallantly gave her his cousin Talanque for a husband, and to the queen's sister Leota, Talanque gave his younger brother Maneli. After the marriage ceremonies were performed according to Christian rites, the two fleets were joined. The Amazons became Christians, the Turks were beaten, and the fleets won much glory. So the Amazons became so-called Christians. Dodge the hijack, all right? Gotta understand the wording in these times. Reina Calafia, mi buena amiga. So it says, Queen Calafia, my good friend, transferred the island of California with all its gold and precious stones to her new allies, and it remained unmentioned until Fernando Cortes rediscovered it on this western coast. All right, so you see that? So that was just part of the story of the Esplandian. Of the night, we have the original book in Spanish and the Castellano. Very hard to read Spanish. There's a little translation of it. Interesting story. Again, romance. Where do they get these? These were inspired. All right, these were inspired stories. These were actually true. We got the Roman courts, the Roman anecdotes, the law. So this word Califia, this whole of a woman named California who is rebellious, who stands up for her, who fights men and all that. It was around way before this romance was written. But this romance, there's a lot of drop in it. All right, is it all fiction? Is this all fiction? And he's letting you know that this was unmentioned, this story, until Fernando Cortes rediscovered it on this western coast. All right, California. All right, so that was that book. All right, it was pretty long, I know, but it had so much drop in it. And yeah, if you just got here, of course you're gonna be a little confused, and it's not gonna make sense to you. If you've been here the 4 hours, it probably will make sense. You might have to rewatch it a couple of times. I know it gets boring me reading, to some of you, and some people want the facts in 10 minutes, 2 minutes, but I don't bother with people like that. So if you really want to understand things, this is not my only video. Take the time to sit down, go through the information, verify it for yourself, try to make some sense out of it if it doesn't make sense. All right. What do you do about things that don't make sense? Do you just let it be, or you just try to make sense out of it? You try to do research and study things. All right. Just gonna finish up 10 more minutes of it's like the story after they got defeated, the queen. All right. And it's in the other book that we were reading earlier. So I just want to go ahead and read that part to you. And then I want to show you something before to dismount, from my Wakanda video. All right. Continuing in the book, His Level Best and Other Stories. All right, from the Harvard University Library. All right, given to their historical society. There it says here. Continuing after the Sultan. All right, so after the Queen and the arrows of the Turks of the Sultans lose to Esplandian and Amadis, his dad, and become prisoners. The story continues from there. It says after the Sultan and the Queen are taken prisoners, there are reams of terrific fighting in which King Lisuarte and King Perion and great many other people are killed. But finally, the pagans are all routed, and the Emperor of Greece retires into a monastery, having united Esplandian with his daughter Leonorina, and abdicated the throne in their favor. Among the first acts of their new administration is the disposal of Calafia. As soon as the Queen Calafia saw these nuptials, having no more hope of him whom she so much loved, Esplandian. So Queen Calafia was in love with this Esplandian, right? For a moment her courage left her, and coming before the new emperor and these great lords, she thus spoke to them. I am a queen of a great kingdom, in which there is the greatest abundance of all, that is most valued in the world, such as gold and precious stones. My lineage is very old, for it comes from royal blood so far back that there is no memory of the beginnings of it. And my honor is as perfect as it was at my birth. My fortune was brought me into these countries, whence I hope to bring away many captives, but where I am myself a captive. I do not say of this captivity in which you see me, that after all the great experiences of my life, favorable and adverse, I had believed that I was strong enough to parry the thrust of fortune, but I have found that my heart was tried and afflicted in my imprisonment, because the great beauty of this new emperor overwhelmed me in the moment that my eyes looked upon him. I trusted in my greatness, in that immense wealth which excites and unites so many, that if I would turn to your religion, I might gain him for a husband. But when I came into the presence of this lovely empress, and she's talking about Leonorina, I regarded it as a certain that they belonged to each other by their equal rank, and that argument which showed the vanity of my thoughts brought me to the determination in which I now stand. And since eternal fortune has taken the direction of my passion, I, throwing all my own strength into oblivion, as the wise do in those affairs which have no remedy, seek, if it please you, to take for my husband some other man, who may be the son of a king, Esplandian, his son. Who we talking about? Who is this Esplandian? All right, let's get deep. Are we talking about King David? Because remember, they called them the Great Serpent Knights, the Great Serpent Knights, the Great Khans, the Great Drakons, the Great Serpents. They called Prester John, King David, the son of a David. She wants to say maybe I should take the son of a David. Who's the son of David? Solomon, right? Are we talking about Sheba, Queen Sheba? This whole time, have we been talking about Queen Sheba this whole time? When we talking about Queen Califia, something to think about. All right, to be of such power as a good knight ought to have. And I will become a Christian. You become a Christian? You didn't even know what a Christian was. For as I have seen the ordered order of your religion and the great disorder of all others, I have seen that it is clear that the law which you follow, the laws, not religion, laws which you follow must be the truth, while that which we follow is lying and falsehood. Laws, follow laws. When the emperor had heard all this, embracing her with a smile, he said, Queen Calafia, my good friend, till now you have had from me neither word nor argument, for my condition is such that I cannot prevent my eyes to look without terrible hatred upon any but those who are in the holy law of truth, nor wish well to such as are out of it. But now that the omnipotent Lord has had such mercy on you and as to give you such knowledge that you become his servant, you excite in me at once the same love as if the king my father had begotten us both. And as for this you ask, I will give you by my troth a knight who is even more complete in valor and in lineage than you have demanded. Alright, lineage and valor. Then taken by the hand, Talanque, Talanque, his cousin, the son of the king of Sobradisa, a very large, he was of person and very handsome withal, he said. Queen, here you see one of my cousins, son of the king whom you here see, the brother of the king of my father. Take him to yourself, that I may secure to you the good portion which you will bring to him. The queen looked at him and finding his appearance good, said, I am content with his presence and well satisfied with his lineage and person. Since you assure me of them, be pleased to summon for me Lyota, my sister, who is with my fleet in the harbor, that I may send orders to her that there shall be no movement among my people. The emperor sent the admiral Tartary. The emperor sent the admiral Tartary for her immediately, and he having found her, brought her with him and placed her before the emperor. The Queen Calafia told her all her wish, commanding her and entreating her to confirm it. Her sister Lyota, kneeling upon the ground, kissed her hands and said that there was no reason why she should make any explanation of her will to those who were in the service. The queen raised her and embraced her, with the tears in her eyes, and led her by the hand to Talankai, saying, Thou shalt be my lord and the lord of my land, which is a very great kingdom. And for thy sake this island shall change the custom which for a very long time has preserved, so that the natural generations of men and women shall succeed henceforth, in place of the order in which the men have been separated so long. And if you have here any friend whom you greatly love, who is of the same rank with you, let him be betrothed to my sister here, and no long time shall pass before with any help, thy help, she shall be queen of a great land. Talanque greatly loved Maneli, the prudent, both because they were brothers by birth and because they held the same faith. He led him forth and said to her, My queen, since the emperor my lord loves this knight as much as he loves me, and as much as I love thee, take him and do with him as you would do by me. Then I ask, she said, that we accepting your religion may become your wives. Then the emperor Esplandian and the several kings, seeing their wishes thus confirmed, took the queen and her sister to the chapel, turned them into Christians and espoused them to those who so famous knights, and thus they converted all who were in the fleet, and immediately they gave orders so that Talanque, taking the fleet of Don Galor, his father, and Maneli that of King Sildadon, with all of their people, garnished and furnished with all things necessary, set sail with their wives, plighting their faith to the emperor that if he should need any help from them, they would give it as to their own brother. What happened to them afterwards I must be excused from telling, for they passed through many very strange achievements of the greatest valor. They fought many battles and gained many kingdoms, of which, if we should give the story, there would be danger that we should never have done. With this tantalizing statement, California and the Queen of California passed from romance and from history. But some 25 years after these words were written and published by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo, Cortes and his braves happened upon the peninsula, which they thought an island, which stretched down between the Gulf of California and the sea. This romance of Esplandian was the yellow-covered novel of their day. Talanque and Manelli were their Aramis and Athos. Come, said someone, let us name the new island California. Perhaps someone will find gold here yet, and precious stones. And so from the romance, the peninsula and the Gulf, and afterwards the state got their name. All right, so let's dodge the hijack, all right? And they have rewarded the romance by giving it in these later days the fame of being godmother of a great republic. The antiquarians of California have universally, we believe, recognized this as the origin of her name, since Mr. Hale called attention to this rare romance, as even now there are not perhaps half a dozen copies of it in America. We have transferred to our pages every word which belongs to that primeval history of California and her queen. Note, from the Proceedings of the American Antiquarian Society, October 1872. Alright. Cool. So we read all the books that basically, if you go try to do this research, you're going to run into these same sources over and over. So basically, try to get the most mainstream and scholarly sources for you to have, so you can put the story together with your background and knowledge, however you want. I know, deep down who they're trying to say she is, and I hope you caught that. And, we're still digging on it, though. That's the thing. We're still going to be digging on it. It's not over. I wanted to bring this video out because we're going to start getting into, try to be specific with who these nations are, who people are, peoples and these legends, and try to correlate it to real, actual history. All right, real history. All right, not conjecture or hypothesis or guessing or everybody generalizing. You got to know 100% what you're talking about these days. You got to present the sources, man. You got to prove it. Hashtag prove it. All right. So just bear with me. Let me just, set up the vibe so I can get the other video ready. hey ya. Yeah, get down. Trying to give thanks real quick. Love that, yeah, man. Yeah, definitely on the process of getting that copyrighted. Thank you again, Allman Deliman, for the beat. Thank you, everybody who producing music, Breeze 3000, Joseph Levels, you know, everybody that's sending me the music. Thank you very much. All right, I'm loving it. I've also been buying some music, licensing some music. Got to do it right, get some real good music so we can be vibing while we're learning. All right. And so, just gonna basically show a replay of my Black Panther Wakanda video, because I get into the part where I talk about the warriors, right, from Wakanda, the women warriors, right? And where did that really originate, huh? Because we break that down the whole movie in this video. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. Black Panther is you. You're the Jaguar warrior. Black melanin coat on cats is dominant in the jaguar. It's recessive in the leopard from Africa. It's more dominant here, meaning it originated here. It's more common here. You're more common to see a black panther in America than over there. You understand? A black panther is just a jaguar. It has spots. All right, that's you. Hawah, 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 Wakanda, Wakantanka. All right, Yahweh. All right, spirit water. Let's get some spirit water. All right. Spirit water, supernatural. All right, so we're an hour and 30 minutes in. I'm glad you're still here. I just want to talk about one more thing regarding the Black Panther Marvel movie, and that, we talked about the Jaguar warriors earlier. Now I want to talk to you about the Dora Milaje, the women warriors from the movie Black Panther, and how they are supposedly a representation of the ancient Dahomey Amazons of Africa. So let's dig into this. It says here, Dahomey Amazons. The Dahomey Amazons, or Mino, which means our mothers, were a fun all-female military regiment of the Kingdom of Dahomey in the present-day Republic of Benin, which lasted until the end of the 19th century. They were so named by Western observers and historians due to their similarity to the mythical Amazons of ancient Anatolia and the Black Sea. So they were named Amazonians, like the fabled Amazonian women warriors. All right, they're not the actual Amazonians. You get what I'm saying? They were named due to the similarity to the mythical Amazons of ancient Anatolia and the Black Sea. It says here origin. All right, so pay attention. It says King Huegbaja, who ruled from 1645 to 1685, the third king of Dahomey, is said to have originally started the group, which would become the Amazons, as a corps of elephant hunters called the Gebeto. All right, so again, when did they start? When did this warrior clan group, women warriors, when was it originally started? It says here in between 1645 to 1685. All right, so that was started after. All right, it doesn't go any more ancient than that, so they're not referring to the
So they're not referring to the ancient Amazonian warriors that we had taught about in Greek mythology and legends, right? But look at the word Amazonians. Where does this word come from, Amazonians? If you don't know, we get the story of the Amazonian warriors mostly from Greek mythology, and it says here, since the epics of the Homeric poets, there have been references to mysterious and frightening stories of the Amazons. In the Iliad, composed around the 8th century BC, the Amazons were referred to as a man-like seasoned fighters. Man-like seasoned fighters. The implication is that in war, they were a match for men, and in terms of their prowess, physical strength, and courage. The Amazons appear in other Greek myths, such as the adventures of Heracles and Theseus. Herodotus recorded detailed information, possibly spurious, but nevertheless fascinating, about this tribe of women. In his account, the Amazons were presented as horse riders, skilled with the bow and arrow, deft with the spear, and ignorant of traditional women's work. Alright, so we're taught that this is a fable, this is a legend, it's just mythology. But where do they get these legends and mythology from? You know they hijacked the aboriginal truth. Because as it says here, it says the Amazons, the mythological Amazons, a kingdom of fierce warrior women, had fired European imaginations since the days of Antiquity. Many of the conquistadors and explorers were on the constant lookout for legendary things and places. Christopher Columbus claimed to have found the Garden of Eden, and that's in the Orinoco when he got there. I believe on his 3rd or 4th voyage. He said that this must be coming, this river Orinoco, from the Terrestrial Paradise. And Juan Ponce de Leon's search for the Fountain of Youth, we just already talked about that, right, are but two examples. As they made their way along the river, Orellana and his men heard tell of a kingdom of women and decided they had found the legendary Amazons. They believed, based on accounts extracted from natives along the way, that the mighty kingdom of the Amazons was a few days inland, and that the river villages were Amazon vassal states. On one occasion, the Spanish saw women battling alongside men in one of the villages they raided. These they assumed must be the Amazons, according to Father Gaspar de Carvajal, whose eyewitness account survives today. The women were nearly naked, fair-skinned warriors who fought fiercely and who shot a bow so hard as to drive an arrow deeply into the wood of the Spaniards' raft. Amazons in America by William Bond. The first reports of Amazon warriors in America comes from Christopher Columbus on March 4th, 1493. Columbus wrote that he had encountered women warriors on the island of Martinique. He also claimed they covered themselves with copper plates and used bows and arrows made of sugar cane. This story is supported by Alfonso Ulloa, who accompanied Columbus on all 4 of his voyages to the New World. Also wrote about the women warrior of Martinique in his book, Historia del Señor Don Fernando Colombo. In this book he wrote that the locals claimed that the island of Martinique was the only populated by women. Men from other islands would only come to the island at certain days of the year to collect boys and would bring the boy up. The Spanish also reported other islands called Las Mujeres, which means women in Spanish, and Consumel, where again women warriors were seen. Consumel is in Mexico. Unfortunately, these early Caribbean people were killed, raped, and enslaved by the Spanish conquistadors. Amazons were also reported by the Spanish in California, right? Queen Calafia, California, right? Or Queen Sheba, California, the emblem of America. Again, so the Amazons were also reported by the Spanish in California. Unfortunately, these reports are very controversial because not only were these tribes ruled by women, they were also black. Again, not only were these tribes ruled by women, they were also black. Alright, again, emblem of America shows the Queen Calafia, right? Supposed to be an allegory, but it's actually representing the black nations, so-called black nations, the black Californians, the aboriginals of California. When the Spanish first came to California, they found 2 races of people: the Indian people with racial features similar to Chinese, Japanese, Philippines, and Black Amazons. All right. Up until 1862, the origin of the name California was a mystery, until scholars discovered a novel written in 1521 by Garcia Ordonez de Montalvo, the book called The Exploits of the Very Powerful Cavalier Esplandian, son of the excellent King Amadis of Gaul. Within this book was the story of Queen Calafia, an Amazon queen. So it seems that when the Spanish first began to explore the northwest coast of America and discovered tribes of black Amazon women, they called the place California after this fictional Queen Calafia. Fictional, right? But we know better. Now, the idea of black people in America before the Europeans discovered it is very controversial, but we've already debunked all that. We know the truth, right? The foundational truth. Who were the copper-colored tribes of America. Yet archaeologists have discovered bodies of people different to that of the Asiatic Native Americans. In Brazil, a female skull was discovered in Lucia having a long and narrow skull that was 12,000 years old. The same is true in Mexico. In Penon, another woman's skull was found of a similar type, 13,000 years old. What is even more controversial about all these skulls is that they're very much the same as Australia, Aborigines or African Bushmen. So if that is the case, what happened to these people? The black people in California just didn't suddenly disappear. They were later reported by the French and English explorers. The problem is that as black slaves from Africa were imported into America, they were confused in the minds of the European settlers with the native black people. Again, as black slaves from Africa were imported into America, they were confused in the minds of the European settlers with the native black people. As these people had no voice in the white man's history, their origins were obscured and forgotten. Okay? And until now, we're relearning, we're remembering, we're waking up, right? Alright, let's continue. In the book, The Discovery of the Large, Rich, and Beautiful Empire of Guyana, or Guyana with a Y, right? With a relation of the great and golden city of Manoa, which the Spaniards call El Dorado, performed in the year 1595 by Sir Walter Raleigh. It says here, with regard to the account of the Amazons, it is not given us from personal observation, but as a report received from Indians, and current at the period which Raleigh wrote in his Guyana voyage, and which even Condamine, the French academician, considered probable. A dozen many testimonies in its favor in a discourse delivered before the French Academy. The account of a tribe of Amazons is almost coeval with the discovery of America. Christopher Columbus was told that the small island of Madanino or Matinino, Montserrat, was inhabited by warlike women. And you get that account in many different books, alright? Montserrat. Orellana, in his Descent of the Marañón, was cautioned at the mouth of the Napo by an old chieftain to beware of the warlike women, and asserts that he afterwards met female fighting in the ranks of men. Hernando de Ribeira, the follower of Cabeza de Vega, the conquistador of Paraguay, asserts in 1545 that he heard a nation of Amazons who lived on the western side of a large lake, which was poetically called the Mansion of the Sun, because that orb sang in these traditions. The missionary Gili heard from an Indian of the Quaqua tribe that the Aike Binanos, literally the women living alone, inhabited the banks of the Cuchivero, which falls into the Orinoco opposite the island of Taran, between Caycara and Alta Gracia. Condamine further adduces the testimony of two Spanish governors of the province of Venezuela, Don Diego, Francisco with a question mark, Portales and Don Francisco Torralba, which agreed in substance that a tribe of warlike women dwelt in the interior of Guyana. It is, however, extraordinary that if the tradition originated with Europeans, it was not only still in existence at the time of Condamine's voyage, but is even now current among all the Indian tribes who have had intercourse with the Caribs. The Indians of the lower Corentine, of the Essequibo, and the Rupununi declared to us in the gravest manner during our travels in these regions that the separate hordes of females still live on the upper part of the Corentin in a country called Marawone. The accounts we received respecting the country they inhabited were accompanied by such details that the tradition assumed some probability. Alright, they're saying some probability. This is real. These are facts. It would, however, be unjust to condemn Raleigh's proneness to a belief in their existence, when we find that even Southey, the learned historian of Brazil, makes his remark, "Had we never heard of the Amazons of Antiquity, I should without hesitation believe in those of America. Their existence is not the less likely for that reason, and yet it must be admitted that the probable truth is made to appear suspicious by its resemblance to a known fable." Again, this is not a fable. The Amazons are from the Amazons in America, warlike female groups, and this is before the 1600s, before the Dahomey Amazonians of Africa. And just one more thing, it says here, the journal of Christopher Columbus during his first voyage, 1492-93, and the documents relating to the voyages of John Cabot and Gaspar Corte Real from the Halieuc Society. And it says here, on Tuesday, 15th of January, the admiral now wished to depart, for there was nothing to be gained by further delay after these occurrences and the tumult with the Indians. Today he had heard that all the gold was in the district of the town of Navidad, belonging to their highness, and that in the island of Caribe there was much copper, as well as in Matinino. The intercourse at Caribe would, however, be difficult, because the natives are said to eat human flesh. Their island would be in sight from thence, and the admiral determined to go there, and it was on the route and thence to Matinino, which was said to be entirely peopled by women without men. He would thus see both islands. And Columbus himself said on 4th March 1493 that these women warriors of old Martinique covered themselves with brazen plates and used bows and arrows of cane. These Amazons have many of these plates. Alfonso Ulloa, a companion of Columbus on the famous voyages, wrote in his Historia del S. D. Fernando Colombo that the admiral believed that the Indians Caribs told him of the Amazons of Matanino, Matrimonio, or Martinique, because he saw the spirit and strength these women displayed. Ulloa also makes a significant comment, not that he appreciated the significance of the female cults of lunar worship practiced by these West Indian Amazons. Talking about West Indian Amazonians, so we have here Ana Caona, Golden Flower. She was from Haiti. It says this is around 1490. That's how she, I guess, presumably looked in 1490. Ana Caona was one of the highest caciques or chief, Katzin. Remember what that means. It's Hebrew for chief too. Cacique, Katzin. Ana Caona again was one of the highest caciques or chief who possessed the island of Hispaniola. When the Spaniards settled there, her date of birth and date of death are both unknown. She is a significant icon in early Haitian history, the primordial founder of Haiti, and she is considered to be the first Haitian hero. She is revered and immortalized in the intertwining histories of both Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Her name, Arawak, Ana Caona, means golden flowers. She married Caonabo. So let's remember Anacoa, because it says here Anacoa became chief of Jaragua. After her brother's death, her husband Caonabo, suspected of having organized a recent attack on La Navidad, a Spanish settlement on northwestern Hispaniola, was captured by Alonso de Ojeda and shipped to Spain, dying in a shipwreck during the journey. As many other Taino leaders died on Spanish ships away from their native lands. So who got enslaved and sent in ships? Indians, Native Americans. Future video, I'll show you the transatlantic slave trade where it started. The Tainos, being ill treated by the conquerors, revolted and made a long war against them. In 1503, during a meeting of 80 caciques, including Ana Caona, the Spanish governor Nicolas de Ovando ordered the meeting house to be set on fire to burn them alive. Similar to what centuries later occurred to Rigoberta, Menchu's family in Guatemala. Cacica Anacaona and her Taino noblemen were arrested, all accused of conspiracy for resisting occupation and executed. Prior to her execution, Anacaona was offered clemency if she would give herself as concubine to one of the Spaniards, which was common in that area. Standing with her fellow Tainos in solidarity, the Caribbean indigenous female leader, Cacica, chose execution over colluding with the Spanish enemy, her refusal cementing her legend. Anacaona remained rebellious and independent until her violent public death. Because Anacaona refused the sexual offer of the Spanish intruders, while others were shot, Anacaona was executed by hanging. She was only 29 years old. It's really, really, I'm going to say fucked up what happened to the ancestors here of America. And this female warrior. This is before the 1600s. Alright, this is a real Amazonian. Right? From the fables of Greek. You can see this is not a made up story. She's part of history. A real character. A female warrior. A West Indian Amazonian. When we're talking about fables and Amazonians, Greek legends, we're talking about ancient times. And when we're talking about the true old world, we're talking about America. All these mythical lands, these legends of these people that lived in these lands, these were Aboriginal Americans. This whole time, they've been talking about you. Everything. All these fables, all these stories, all these movies, all these legends, right? As it says here.
All right, all right. So that was a clip from, Amazonian in this Black Panther video. Now, this was back in May of last year, 2018. So you see how it correlates with what we read today. All right, we're 5 hours in about, and you see, it just, did I know I was gonna do this? No. But, Hawah, you say, how do I get all this info? Because there's only one truth. There's only one truth, all you trolls, you don't understand that you have no self-control. You don't control what you're doing. You have to troll and leave comments, and you're not even paying attention. All right, 5 hours of scholarly research and work. All right, do you think these books are just made up? All right, so go ahead and ignore it. That just shows how much of a fool you are actually. All right, you lose all points. You're whack, straight up. All right, and so just want to say, if you haven't seen this Black Panther video, go ahead and watch it. All right, it's about 2 hours long, so we just got a little bit of that. All right, so we know that the Wakanda movie, when they're talking about warrior women, they ain't talking about nothing from Africa. Even though we know that Dahomey was there, but they were just hunters. They weren't really warriors. We saw that. That's fact. You can research that. We know who the real warriors and the Amazonians and all that, where that came from. All right, we already know you're the Black Panther, the Jaguar warrior. All right, so it's 5 hours in, and I just wanted to go ahead and just basically just finish off. And I appreciate everybody that came through today. I hope that this Queen Califia video helped you, or you enjoyed it, or even if you don't believe in it, whatever. Nobody's really trying to make you believe in anything. Well, I'm just reading books. All right, so that's your own hijack. Uh, Learn how to be respectful, and all those who are here, keeping it real and being respectful and learning and building and being positive. Thank you for my moderators for eliminating the static. All right, appreciate everybody. Appreciate all the producers of the music. All right, and it was pretty long, but I think you guys enjoyed it. We were having a good flow, and this is the info for Queen Califia. If you want to ever go back and check out the sources and stuff, I'll try to put the books in the description. All right, as soon as this is done loading. All right, so again, thank you for being here. Let me just a moment. All right, so again, Queen Califia, the queen, the aboriginal queen of the island of California. All right, Who we talking about? Is this Queen Sheba? Oh, we still digging. We still digging. All right. Big Judah, Kondrup, Ayal, Dane. All right. UB, Lil Moray. All right. Real ones. Real ones out there. All right. Let's go with info, not with personal attachments. All right. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Yes, yes. Come, Kwam, Yasharala. Hawah, Tawada, Hawah. Yeah, Tawada, Hawah. For this beautiful night, this gathering. Tawada, Hawah. Take care of my people. Hawah, take care of them. Give them wisdom and guidance. Tawada, Hawah. Tawada.